Doncaster. Hello, Martin.
Hiya, Nick. Yeah, I was watching the other day in disbelief about the Wally with the brolly like and Privy telling out about the chain gang.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the case, they want to be getting a load of eye business for the old cabinet. It's the most corrupt government I've ever known in history. They robbed the taxpayer of billions during this pandemic. You got Boris Johnson's lover, Jennifer Curry, got 100 grand. We're paying Privy Patel's £500,000 fine for bullying that civil servant. I thought we were scraping the barrel when we had Theresa May in charge, but this is honestly, it's like living in Russia.
I know. It's exactly right. It feels like in 2 short years, Boris Johnson has taken this country and smashed it into smithereens and sold off what he can for scrap. It's incredible what's happened in the last 2 years. And as for Boris Johnson not knowing how to work an umbrella, what would Donald Trump do? Exactly. He would leave the umbrella at the top of the steps up to the plane. Those very, very scary steps. Nobody climbs steps like I do. Nobody. He'd just leave it there because he doesn't know how to operate an umbrella. And neither does Bodger, his mini-me. I don't believe for a second he didn't know how to operate an umbrella, and I do believe that, because I've seen the video, and it was all about attracting attention to himself. He can't stop himself from attracting attention to him. Everything's got to be about him. Just from the moment he started to unfurl it. You're supposed to be there at a opening ceremony for an event that celebrated those police persons who have given their life in the course of their duties. So he turned it into a clown show. Who could have predicted that? Hey, Bodge.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Exactly. And as for it being the most corrupt government that you can ever remember, Martin, well, I don't know what your memory's like. Do you remember Dave?
I think this is nonsense.
Yeah, not even close. Not even close. He was at the foothills of the mountain of corruption that we are trying to peer around or climb over at the moment. We won't get up this mountain with crampons and an axe. And it just seems to get worse every day. And every day there seems to be another distraction bomb chucked out the window, and working on a chain gang is the latest one. Oh, yeah, he's going to crack down on crime and punishment, all right. Yeah, no doubt about that. Yeah, sure you will. It's never going to happen. Not now, not ever, never. Never, ever going to happen. But it gets the fans all frothing at the mouth because they don't believe that they, of course, are going to be affected by this. Boris Johnson said people guilty of antisocial behaviour should be made to visibly pay their debt to society by being part of one of those fluorescent jacketed chain gangs. Really? Well, so that would be Boris Johnson chained to Priti Patel, chained to Dido Harding. Any more on that list?
Yes.
Yeah, loads. Matt Hancock, we haven't forgotten about your shenanigans.
Disgusting.
The Prime Minister launching the government's beating crime plan said that people should be able to identify those who have been sentenced to community service carrying out their punishment. Of course, the crimes and misdemeanours that the government commit are none of your business, and any investigation into them will be hampered by said government. Oh, we can't release those emails. Yeah, we deleted all our emails. Well, just by accident. Yeah, sorry about that. What, you know when you delete your emails, it goes into a bin. It doesn't get deleted. It goes into a bin and it just stays there forever. And you can just pop it up on your computer screen in about 2 seconds flat. Unless you went so far as to delete what's in the bin. Whoever does that? Well, we know precisely who does that. Bodger and his various cohorts.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Johnson used a visit to Surrey Police Headquarters in Guildford to highlight the plan. And the Surrey police were delighted to see him, and they said, as with one voice, "No!" Yeah, they hate you, Boris. He said, the coronavirus lockdown has driven some antisocial behaviour. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah. I mean, talk about the ideal cover to commit some egregious crimes against this great country. Billions and billions of pounds have just disappeared into thin air. Nobody has any idea where it went. And every now and again, somebody will ask with a tremulous voice, "Please, sir, can you tell us where all the billions went?" And the answer will come, "Don't question us, peasant." Bodger says, if you are guilty of antisocial behaviour and you are sentenced to unpaid work, as many people are, I don't see any reason why you shouldn't be out there in one of those fluorescent jacketed chain gangs, visibly paying your debt to society. Approximately how long would it take for a Bodger Johnson to repay his debt to our society? I mean, even at his hourly rate, how long would it take to claw back £37 billion, for instance? Plus, I don't think those luminous vests come in his size. No offence. The wider use of stop and search is controversial because of concerns it disproportionately affects black and minority ethnic communities, both of which are unlikely to vote Conservative. Yeah. So they're going to bring back that stop and search thing, no doubt, because it gets the fans, just giddy with delight. Oh, they're really doing something about crime now, whereas actually they're not doing anything about crime at all. I bet at some point in this story he'll bang on about all the police officers that he's personally hiring. Let's read on and find out. The visit by Johnson and... Priti Patel... The visit by Johnson and Patel to Guildford was criticised by the very police federation they were visiting, Surrey Police Federation, who said, our colleagues should not be used as public relations pawns by politicians. I very much doubt any of our colleagues will be smiling at the thought of meeting two people who have decided against giving them any sort of pay rise, despite everything police officers in the country have done these past 18 months. We must be just days before the MPs receive 15% pay rise. It must be days away. Excellent trolling opportunity. Of course, the people who work in the Treasury have got an absolutely massive pay rise, but, they're the ones with the money. I'll come to that in a while. So the police officers get nothing. Yeah, thanks for all your hard work. You get nothing.
Thank you.
The police operative said, frankly, their visit is not welcomed by the majority of hard-working police officers. Wow. A Conservative MP who is in the police's dirty books. Johnson defended the resources being put into policing. He said, when I stood on the steps of Downing Street 2 years ago, I said I wanted another 20,000 police officers on the streets of our country. We're now almost halfway there. See, I told you. So they got 10, according to him. Do we believe him?
No.
Do we believe a single solitary word he ever says?
No.
He said he's got 10,000 more police persons on the streets, which of course doesn't make up for the fact that the Conservative administration took 22,000 police officers off the streets over the last 10 years of their misrule. And 24,000 back office police personnel, which makes over 40,000 police personnel that they've got rid of, while claiming that they are the party of law and order. Does that make sense?
No.
Of course not. Well, it's one of these I'm gunners. Oh, yeah, don't worry about it. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And then they do absolutely nothing about it at all, but people get the impression that everything's been solved. Oh, well, Bodger said that he was going to do it. So, problem solved. Campaign groups have criticised the government's plans for not doing enough to tackle the root causes of crime. Yet they've also, of course, shut innumerable magistrates' courts. They've closed police stations. Never mind about sacking police persons. They've closed police stations. And they've defunded local councils that might be able to, get some sort of scheme that would lead young people, particularly, away from a life of crime. So they've actually caused the problem and are presenting themselves as the solution to the problem that they caused. Human rights organisation Liberty said that easing the restrictions on stop and search would compound discrimination in the UK. And they're bringing back league tables.
Oh, fabulous.
This again. League tables for 101 and 999 call answering times, a national online platform to allow the public to contact the police, and efforts against the county lines drug gangs to be intensified. You know, because their efforts so far have really won the war on drugs, eh? Anybody take drugs these days?
No.
No, of course not. Even Ozzy Osbourne's off the drugs. The war on drugs has been a great success. So they're going to redouble their efforts, you know, because if at first you don't succeed, and if after 50 years you don't succeed, keep doing the same thing over and over, because, you know, that'll work. They've bunged 17 million quid, apparently, to persuade young people who go to an emergency department with a stab wound to stay away from violence. 17 million pounds. That sounds like a lot. I mean, it would change my life, change your life too. But it ain't going to... it won't put a sticking plaster over a stab wound, 17 million pounds. Plus, might be a better idea to stop them getting stabbed in the first place. How's that whole levelling up thing going, by the way?
Dreadful.
Yeah, I thought so. 0345 6060 973. Chain gangs. Well, Prissy Patel, of course, was the one who said that we should be executing criminals, whether they're guilty or not. Sentence first, trial later. Ted emails, Nick, so many palm trees in London. There's no point in going abroad. Is that what you want for your holiday? Palm trees? Go to Kew Gardens. There's boatloads there. Sam texts, Nick, with all this bad weather due, somebody needs to show Bodger how to operate an umbrella. I'm pretty sure I've read that one already. He knows how to operate an umbrella. He just was doing his clown comedy act. Funny, no?
No.
Rob texts, if we are going to be having so much more rain, I think that Bojo really needs to go to an umbrella school, as he seems stumped as to how to use one. Twice this week he's had trouble with them, ending up looking like a drowned rat. Yeah, as opposed to something else that rhymes with rat. That I can't bring to the front of my mind at the moment. It'll come to me later. Jan says, just a thought, but do you think that since all the satellites are up in space, it's contributing to climate change? All the fuel they are using? Just a thought. Just a thought, says Jan. Well, Jan, I want you to keep thinking, because it's what you do best. Promise me you'll do that. Simon texts, I don't want to upset you even more, but I'm sure I heard some ducks fly over my house today in a big group. I summarise, they are heading south for the winter, which means summer is definitely over. I think he means surmise. Or he could actually mean summarise. Edward texts, we often get nice weather in October, Nick. I love the Indian summers, or will they now be known as the Delta summers? October? You've got to be kidding me. We can't wait till October. We need summer now. October, I mean, the most you can hope for is that it gets to 60 degrees and doesn't rain. For like a weekend, something like that. I mean, it's not going to be hot, hot heat, is it? Now is the time for the heat, and we ain't getting none. This summer, I'm not completely satisfied. Paul says, I want to know who is casting these weather spells. Harry Potter? Oh, a listener with material.
Oh, no.
And Amanda says, I've had my heating on today and last month. Damn global warming, eh? I was on the verge of putting my heating on today. Only just stopped myself. So instead, I'm wearing thermal underclothes with a thick woolen jumper and a sweatshirt and a winter coat. It's the cusp of August.
Stop whining.
0345 6060 973. Hey, do you want to hear about more weather?
No.
It's bad. Permafrost. Permafrost is the layer of permanently frozen soil which stretches beneath the 65% of Russia. Wherever that is. It's nearly a quarter of the northern hemisphere. Permafrost underneath the land. Wow, a quarter of the northern hemisphere is permafrost. It can be hundreds of meters deep. and is defined as soil frozen for 2 years or more. But it's thawing. And as it does, more than 1,400 billion tonnes of carbon trapped inside is starting to escape in the form of greenhouse gases and carbon dioxide and methane. These emissions have the potential to rapidly accelerate global warming, causing the permafrost to thaw faster.
Oh, no.
It's a vicious feedback loop, which, in the worst-case scenario, could make even the melting of the polar ice caps look like a sideshow. You know, in a short period of time, we might look back to COVID, the pandemic, where we all got stuck inside and we're wearing masks here, there and everywhere. Might think of those as the good old days, you know, when we didn't have to swim to the shops. Temperatures on average are warming 2 to 3 times faster in the Arctic than the rest of the planet, with serious implications below ground. The permafrost isn't perma anymore. The cost to the economy of permafrost degradation by 2050, which sounds like impossibly far into the future, but it's just 30 years away, estimated at £50 billion. That's just Russia. £50 billion just in Russia.
What?
The permafrost consists mostly of organic matter, plants and roots frozen inside the soil. And as the permafrost thaws, microbes wake up and start eating away at the organic material, emitting greenhouse gases as they do. Mostly carbon dioxide, but methane too, which is far more potent, much more dangerous. An expert said in the permafrost there is more carbon than in the atmosphere and in all the vegetation on the planet. Wow. It's in our interest to keep it frozen, but once it starts thawing, ain't nothing we can do about it. Too late. It's why some regions there are gaping craters appearing in the ground, like the, I've got no idea how you pronounce this, but I'm going to give it a go anyway, the Batagaika crater in central Siberia. You know the Batagaika crater in central Siberia?
No.
Oh, what a sight. Locals call it the gateway to hell. Not the highway to hell, that's something else.
Rock and roll!
And with every muddy slump, every newly formed lake bubbling with methane, more and more greenhouse gases are emitted into the atmosphere, heating the planet further. But, you know, I'm sure we'll be fine because Boris Johnson is at the helm. Keith says, on climate change, you said earlier it's going to get worse before it gets better. I think you got it half right. It's going to get a hell of a lot worse, and those who voted to leave the EU will celebrate that we will all perish free from the evils of the EU. What? What are you talking about, Keith? Don't bring the EU into it. Concert. Sean.
Hello, mate. How are you doing?
Great.
I've got 2 questions for you, right? And I want a sensible answer.
Okay, 2 questions, 1 sensible answer. You've got it. Go ahead.
You know, who are these thick Tory donors like? The £18 million. They give £18 million to the Tory donors.
Mm-hmm. They're not thick at all. It's probably the best investment that you can put your money towards. There can't be an investment that pays off more spectacularly than donating money to the Conservative Party.
Maybe you're right there, like. But did you watch the news the other day there about halfwit getting interviewed outside a police station with that umbrella?
Oh, that halfwit.
Did you see the... You see the water that was all over his shit? The man can't even get a decent-sized umbrella, man. He's thick as 2 short planks, this bloke, like.
Well, given a stonking majority, so who's laughing now?
But, I mean, who's giving them the majority, like? They must be sick in this country, like.
Well, you may think that, Sean. I couldn't possibly comment.
The majority of people must be...
Sean, when you're going out and about, keep this in mind at all times. The masses are asses. if you remember that, you won't go wrong. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Cheer up, Sean. It might never Oh, no, that's right. It already has. Gary emails, why do you insist on talking temperature in that old German Fahrenheit? German? No! Fahrenheit system that is loved by granddads, Americans, and readers of right-wing newspapers when you could be using the lovely, shiny, hip and happening Swedish Celsius system. Celsius is blonder, taller, and generally much better, says Gary. I'm convinced. I'll switch to it in winter. I know what 0 is in centigrade. 0 is cold. You know where you are with 0. But 32 Fahrenheit, like what is that in winter? It doesn't sound that cold, 32. But in summer, 40 degrees centigrade doesn't sound that warm to me. But 104 Fahrenheit, there you know where you are. See? So, old German Fahrenheit system, beloved by granddads, Americans, and readers of right-wing newspapers in the summer. The blonder, taller, and generally much better Swedish Celsius system in the winter.
Affirmative.
East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Your worst nightmare, sort of.
Mike, are we on speakerphone?
No, we're not. No, I'm in the kitchen, but there you go.
In the kitchen. You need some soft furnishings in the kitchen. Soak up those echoes.
How's that?
The same. Go ahead.
Matt's question for you. ONS yesterday announced that 1 in 65 of us had COVID last week. Now, 1 in 65 of us means 1 million.
Yes.
Yeah. But the government announced that only 200,000 people had tested positive. So is Boris fiddling the figures, do you think?
So the ONS presumably is just guessing, are they?
No,
well, they must be.
No, they did 50,000 random tests.
Oh.
And that's where they get the figure from, which is why the ONS says that infections are still increasing, whereas the tests indicate that they aren't. But the ONS said, no, tests are still increasing, and 1 in 65 of us had COVID last week, which is 1 million. And as I say, is Boris fiddling the figures saying that there's only 200,000, or they're not testing so many, or
right.
How is it fiddling it?
Right, you don't really need to end that sentence. All you need to do is start, is Boris fiddling the figures? And you could just put the full stop right there, and the answer will always be...
Yes.
Yeah. Undoubtedly, he is fiddling the figures, regardless of what the issue at hand is.
The other interesting thing is, you were talking about permafrost. The interesting thing is that the Russians have installed freezer units around their foundations to stop the thawing, so their buildings don't sink into the melted permafrost.
Right.
Thereby adding loads of greenhouse gases.
Which is going to speed up the thawing of the very thing they're trying to refreeze. Yeah. Well, the whole world's gone insane.
Cheers, Nick.
All right, thanks, Mike. Yeah, but that's a short-term cure to a problem that will not get any better in the long term. I mean, the buildings will fall down. See, they were built on permafrost, which is solid. I imagine it's like building on concrete. But when it starts melting, then you might as well be building on a sponge. And their buildings are falling down. So they're having to refreeze their own foundations just to keep their buildings standing up. By using generators, of course, which is going to pump massive amounts of CO2 into the atmosphere, which is going to speed up the very thing they're trying to stop. I'll sum that up for you. We're doomed. Scott texts, as we know, the United States set up its own Space Force under Donald Trump. Speaking of what would Donald Trump do, today the UK unveiled its first UK Space Command Centre in hope of protecting the country's interests in space, such as shooting down any aliens that orbit around the Earth in dinghies seeking an escape from a cosmic nightmare that was probably our fault anyway. I honestly think we're stuck in a Ray Cooney farce. Who's Ray Cooney? I'm not even sure I should be saying that out loud. Who's Ray Cooney? I bet my glamorous assistant knows. Who's Ray Cooney?
Hold the line.
Hold the line. We're trying to connect you. Doesn't know. I'll look it up. I'll look it up in the break. Well, here's a break right now. How coincidental. Coincidentally, I am saved by the break. I'll look it up. A Ray... farce. Okay, so I have detailed files. Raymond George Alfred Cooney, OBE, an English playwright, actor and director of farces. His biggest success, Run for Your Wife, ran for 9 years in London's West End. He also wrote Not Now Darling, Funny Money, Not Now Comrade, Out of Order, and more. So now you know. No?
No.
No. We're stuck in a Ray Cooney farce. Yeah, and any minute now, Bodger's trousers are going to fall down.
Disgusting.
Matt says, yes, the cabinet numbskulls should do a community service, but there's a huge flaw in your plan. BJ is incapable of any work whatsoever, so he'd end up playing table tennis in a community hall. Yeah, they'd task him with painting some railings, and he'd hold the brush by the bristles and dip the handle in the pot. You'll sit in the van, we'll do it. Here is of the West Midlands. Hello, Ranjit.
Hiya, mate. You okay?
Yes, great, thanks.
Good. I'm starting to get a very strange fetish about Boris Johnson.
Fetish?
And what's the name? Priti Patel.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen that film called High Anxiety with Mel Brooks in? It's a film from the 80s, I think.
Anxiety.
High Anxiety. Yeah.
Oh, high anxiety, yeah. I remember precious little about it.
Yeah, right, anyway, you know, where he's got a little closet where she's tied up and he starts whipping her and all that.
No, I don't remember that.
No, and each time you talk about Priti Patel and her shenanigans and Boris's, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
But Boris is part of a chain gang as it is because he's got a different fluorescent jacket on each different company he visits.
His dressing up box is absolutely enormous. Paid for by you.
By us, yeah? And he's been on a zip wire. Yeah, somebody should have left him there.
Well, I've said that many, many times. I'm still furious with the person who let him down off that zip wire. He could still be up there, you know.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, I've seen that video where he's messing about with that umbrella. Yeah. And is it Prince Charles that's sitting next to him?
It is.
I think it was, yeah. I mean, you know, if it was me, right, I would have got a comb out, combed his hair and give him a couple of slaps, yeah?
You'd have to give that comb away, though. I mean, you couldn't comb his hair and then keep the comb. You'd have to give it to him.
No, you can't. But, you know, I'm worried about, like what Sean said, you know, all these, the people that broke the Red Wall, right?
Yeah.
And you say he's become a cult figure.
People in expectation of the country being levelled up.
Yeah,
sure it will.
What are they going to tell their grandchildren? You know, we was taken for a ride, and it took us about 20 years to
probably not
really comprehend.
No, we did the right thing, and it didn't work out. But that was just like he was doing his best. They'll say.
Yeah, but it's gonna end soon, hasn't it? I mean, he's making fools out of us, right? He's band of criminals, yeah? I'm going to call him that because I want Priti Patel to actually sue me because I'd love to be up in front of her, right, in a court, yeah?
Yeah, unfortunately, you're going through me to get to her, so she ain't going to sue you, she'll sue me.
Yeah, and I'll be your defence barrister.
Right. Okay. Well, then I'm definitely screwed. Yeah, I've got to go, Ranjit. But thanks a lot, mate. No. No. But I completely agree in every way, shape, and form. Josh texts, with all Bodgers posing in high-vis work clothes recently, do you think maybe he's practiced for his place on the chain gang? Well, he's got the outfit, yeah. It's just amazing that what they're getting away with. They just must wake up laughing. I bet they can't quite believe their luck. I mean, COVID came along at just the right time. Talk about a perfect cover to get away with anything you like. It's absolute perfect. It's almost as though they designed it himself. Oh, my God. Boris Johnson designed COVID himself. You can't prove he didn't. Desiree texts, Bodger the Dodger, the best magician in the chambers. He can make money disappear just like the dandruff on his shoulders. Yeah. It's and people say, well, they're just not very good. They're quite inept. It's all a bit chaotic and catastrophic, and there's no rhyme or reason to it. Well, it seems like a pretty efficient smash and grab raid to me. It's not a government. It's a smash and grab raid, and they seem to be very, very good at that. They need no lessons in that regard. Disappearing money is their thing. RJ texts, I'm so sad I just worked out how long it would take Bodger to pay back £39 billion at minimum wage. 475,000 years. Not long enough, really, says RJ. I sentence you, Boris Johnson, to 475,000 years hard labour. Neil emails, the narrative is falling apart rapidly. It's like comedy turning into horror. But I don't know. I haven't seen the polling lately, but I bet his fans haven't budged an inch. I bet they haven't. Too much loss of face. Plus, he's still getting Brexit done. How's that going, by the way?
Fabulous.
Yeah, he's the man who said he was going to get Brexit done, and he's still getting Brexit done. You know that super fantastic boil in the bag deal that he said that was just ready to be signed? It was the best deal ever. Nobody saw such a fantastic deal. And it turns out that he didn't actually read it before signing it. Yeah, big mistake, huge. Most of us don't read contracts before we sign them for iTunes or YouTube Music or any of that stuff. Or those, oh God, it's absolutely incessant. All of those newspaper sites that you look at, magazine or absolutely anything at all. Which, do you accept all of the cookies? God, every single page in any newspaper that you look at, you've got to do that. Of course we accept the cookies. Have we read it?
No.
No. We just want to get on with our lives. But that's us. That's us, stupid morons. Government's supposed to be better than that. Plus, it's supposed to be a little bit more important than whether you can listen to your tunes. Even if you have nice tunes. Like that. They had no idea what was in the contract, but they just signed anything at all in order to make it look as though that they were, getting it done. Doing right by us. Well, figure it out later. Just sign now and have the flag waving ceremony, and all of that. Oh my God, I can't listen to this song, not now. And then we're going to bong it in. You remember that? And I recall it vividly because I was listening to my show in January last year, because I'm editing together the podcast that's called The Nick Abbott Habit, and it's from old shows pre-COVID. And, of course, January last year was just a couple of weeks away before we heard that dreaded phrase, coronavirus. Hadn't heard it yet. But in January 2020, people were obsessing about Big Ben. You remember Bunger Bob for Big Ben's Bong? Oh, my God. That's the man who is running this country. They wanted to pull out all the stops to reinstall the floor and get the Big Ben's bells clapper back to bong our historic freedom from the evil European Union. No! And various comical Dad's Army characters were obsessing about this like it was the most important thing in the world. Oh, my God. So anyway, I've been listening to that today, cutting up clips. It's funny stuff. I mean, it really is. Now that we're a year and a half away from that, I mean, it was funny at the time, but it's even funnier now. It's a little bit sad, it's a little bit amusing. Well, I told you that certain people have been getting pay rises. The nurses are practically nothing at all. The police, absolutely nothing at all. But Treasury officials were handed, during the course of the pandemic, like last year, they were handed pay rises of up to, grip onto something firm, you're not going to like it. Treasury officials were handed pay rises of up to 30%. What? 30%. Wow. The department's accounts show that 6 of the top 9 officials in position over the past 2 years received pay rises last year. 5 received a bonus. A bonus? What's that? Rishi Sunak, Fishy Sunak, no! His chief economist was given an increase of at least 30,000. She now earns 150 grand a year. The top 2 Treasury civil servants, Sir Tom Scholar and Charles Roxburgh, were each given bonuses of up to 20 grand on top of their salaries. As was the department's head of tax and welfare, Beth Russell. I am stunned. 30% pay rise. Tory MPs told the Telegraph that the pay rises were completely unacceptable in a year in which the public sector has been frozen. Their pay's been frozen in response to government borrowing during the pandemic. Like it makes any difference at this point. Up to our eyeballs in debt. Fishy Sunak, the Chancellor, said in March, given the very obvious difficult fiscal situation that we face, to try to protect those public sector jobs, it was reasonable to take a more targeted approach to public sector pay this year. Well, what the hell does that mean? A more targeted approach. Those at the very top get boatloads. Everybody else, nothing. Sir Ian Middle Name Smith, the former Tory leader, told the Telegraph that the pay rises were bizarre. Wow, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I agree with Sir Ian Middle Name Smith.
What?
He said, I would have thought that they would show a bit of sympathy, and that even if you were to pay them bonuses, they weren't paid until everyone was back to work properly. Bonuses. He said, I'm surprised at the lack of judgment. Everyone's had a tough time last year, and I just find it bizarre that anyone would be paid a pay rise at that time. Yeah, it's not any old pay rise, it's 30%. Andrew Percy, a Tory MP, said if pay had to be frozen for frontline police officers, then it should absolutely be frozen for senior civil servants too. He said it is completely unacceptable. These people should be following the lead of ministers and MPs. Following the lead of ministers and MPs. Yeah, right. We must be days away from MPs awarding themselves a 15% pay rise. Should we say 15? 20%. And I know these days that on the surface they don't award themselves a pay rise anymore, but it's curious, isn't it, that the body that they gave the power to award MPs pay rises has given MPs pay rises that they couldn't possibly have had the nerve to award themselves. Ain't that curious? Odd. A government spokesman said, we need to make sure the civil service is able to attract high-calibre people who can deliver quality services and drive forward projects in a way that represents true value to the taxpayer. In other words, don't question us, peasant. High-calibre people. Right. That's what we got running this country. High-calibre people. Richie texts, I'm loving this cool weather. Why are you always surprised that the weather is not like Hawaii? Hawaii. Is that how you spell Hawaii? I don't think it is it? I'm going to have to look that up. Hawaii. I'm never surprised that the weather is not like Hawaii. I just wish it was a bit more like summer in Britain as opposed to autumn. I mean, you don't expect autumn in July going into August, do you? You expect a little bit of sun, quite dry, at least 70 degrees, but for a couple of weeks now it's been mid-60s. That is dreadful. I want to know the name of the person responsible. Portsmouth. Hello, Billy.
Hello. How are you doing, Nick? Are you okay?
Yes, good, thanks.
Good. Well, I actually wanted to call in because I heard what you were saying about that civil servant being given a 30,000 pay rise.
Billy, are you talking... Billy, are you speaking from a mine?
Oh, sorry, Nick. Is that better?
There you are.
I'm so sorry, Nick. I was just saying, I was tempted to call in because obviously you were mentioning the fact that civil servant was given a 30,000 pay rise, and it's all right for some because I'm starting my career as a teacher in September, and we were meant to be given £30,000. Now, I'm not complaining because at least I've got a job and I'm going to be working.
Oh, I see. This is you not complaining, is it?
Stop whining.
This is me not complaining. Absolutely.
So, what's the starting salary? What is the starting salary you're going to be on?
My starting salary would be 27,000, but it should be 30,000. So I'm effectively getting for this year anyway a 10% pay cut because the government said that teachers would start on a minimum of 30,000, and and that was meant to be this year. They've now said by the end of this Parliament, and we all know how wonderful that is when they say that, don't they?
Yeah,
don't they?
Never.
Exactly. Yeah, it means it's never going to happen because between that period, I'm sure, no doubt, prime ministers are going to change, undoubtedly, and well, hopefully, we can remain in hope, can't we, Nick?
Well, it depends on who the replacement is. I mean, I suspect the replacement will be a level more evil than the current incumbent.
Well, I fear you're right. Yes, although I think and this is the thing, isn't it? It will. I think what they're quite good at doing is hiding it. I mean, David Cameron.
Hiding it? You've got to be kidding me. They're hiding nothing. They're doing everything in plain sight. It's like they walked into a bank in their ordinary work clothes and took their mask off before they went in, just so that they get their mug on camera.
Yeah, like Crime Watch when they wave as they're leaving with the bags of jewellery.
Yeah, I mean they might as well leave a signed picture as they're on their way out.
It makes you wonder what they're going to do next. I mean, what I would say, Nick, and this is what I said to your lovely glamorous producer, I said that we should have an independent pay body. I think we, as public service workers, public sector workers, should have our own pay body to determine independently what we should get. It works for MPs, and it clearly works for other people in the private sector. So I think we should be given an independent IPSA type board to decide that that we're entitled to something.
Well, unfortunately, we with a heavy heart, we must say that we can't afford to give teachers a decent salary, and we can't afford to give nurses a decent salary, and we certainly can't afford to give police persons a decent salary because we've given all the money to our friends. It's with a heavy heart that I must announce that.
Well, and you see, this is the thing. I don't know how much it is, the total that's spent on track and trace. I believe you mentioned the figure last week. And it's 37 billion pounds or it's 40 billion. Doesn't really make any difference once you're in the billions. It's an ungodly amount of money. Well, precisely, and I think this is the issue, isn't it? The money is going to all of their mates and all of their pals. And of course, what have they done of all years when they could have done something about tax avoidance and closing down those loopholes of all years that they could have done it? Mm-hmm. And we've not heard one iota of an announcement from Boris Johnson.
I suspect that the reason that we've left the European Union is to avoid the European Union's crackdown on tax avoidance.
Well, this is it, isn't it? Because I think, am I right in saying that Germany and a couple of the other countries have agreed to, I think, charge a minimum of 15% across the board? I think as a minimum, I think that's right. I'm right in saying that? I
think that the reason, I'll restate it, I think that the reason that we have left the European Union is not the reason that people voted, but people were persuaded to vote against their own interests because the actual plan was to leave before we were subject to tax avoidance laws dictated by the European Union. The people that wanted us out, I believe, wanted us out for that reason, so that they weren't subject to tax avoidance laws. Because that's what we do for a living in this country, essentially. This entire country is a giant tax avoidance racket.
Well, yeah, precisely. I mean, for example, and even I think as well, we're all about these days closing down small little businesses and shops, because even without the tax avoidance coming into the equation, I mean, how much in business rates and contributions do you think these Amazon warehouses pay? It's not a lot compared to how much a traditional high street shop will have to pay.
I bet at the end of the year we find that we owe Amazon money rather than the other way around, because I think that's the case in America. I think that the American people owed Amazon, the world's richest man, They owed him money rather than the other way around. That is the unique way in which he organises his affairs. Like a genius.
They're very good, aren't they? And in a very sinister way. And of course, I don't want to mention the name, but we all know of that person who tried to sue the NHS as well. So you're probably not right. You're probably not wrong, sadly, Nick, when you say that.
You know, I did a Twitter poll. Which of the following billionaires would we like to give a one-way ticket into space for the benefit of humankind? And I listed, in this order, Richard Branson, Jeff Bezos, and Elon Musk. And Jeff Bezos won by a landslide, which I believe is the correct answer.
Absolutely. I mean, I suppose what it comes down to is, I suppose the next question would be one way with no return. Who would we want to fly up one way? Maybe Boris Johnson? I don't know. Maybe he can stay on the moon and look down on us all as he probably does, us peasants from planet Earth.
Right, okay. Leave me to cogitate about that a while. Thanks a lot, Billy. And we appreciate your sacrifice in becoming a teacher. God, can you believe that? Pay cut. That's that's levelling up in action. That is. Richie texts. Oh no, I've done that. Doreen says, be careful what you wish for. My husband is currently in Bulgaria, where it's over 40 degrees. He can only blink and breathe. By the way, my heating is never off, says Doreen. Well, I'm with you there. When, very, very, very rarely off. I think it's been maybe 4 weeks this entire year that the heating has actually been off. I personally am contributing to a global warming, for which I apologise.
I am very sorry that I screwed up.
Sarah tweets, would love to swap places with you just after 11:30 p.m. and still 30 degrees centigrade. Blimey. Might have to go for another swim before walking the dogs, says Sarah. Presume that walking the dogs is not a euphemism. But you don't tell us where you are, though. I've got no idea where you are, Sarah. 30 degrees centigrade at 11:30 at night. But you're presumably an hour ahead, because this tweet came in some while ago. So where might that be? South of France, I bet. Another expat who has patriotically fled this country in its hour of need. No! Thanks, Sarah. Daniel texts, I tuned in and was very confused. A man with a very deep and slow voice was in your slot using your sound effects. It took me a few minutes to realise that my Bluetooth speaker was not plugged in and was running low on batteries. And Paul says, how come Team GB, it always sounds like baby talk to me when they say that, Team GB. How come Team GB didn't use John Darwin as their canoe slalom athlete at the Olympics? He was known by his superhero name Canoe Man back in 2002, turning up 5 years later. Serious stamina, that man. God, it's an ancient history now. That's the bloke who disappeared, he faked his own death, right? And turned up in 2007. Ages ago. We really are up to date with these references, no? No. Andy says, high anxiety, Mel Brooks at the top of his game. Please investigate. Oh, of course, you don't do homework. Well, did I mention on the air that I recently saw Blazing Saddles? Blazing Saddles.
Disgusting.
I was sitting there with my mouth open. I mean, like, half the time I was just amazed that this ever got made at all. And the other half I was laughing my face off. That could not get made now. In fact, they'd probably have to kill him. If he came to a studio with a script like that these days, they'd probably actually have to call the police and they'd just shoot him on the spot. And the world would be a little less funny. Greg says, I do know that he did the theme tune, though. High anxiety. I remember that bit, but not the actual film. Greg says, I've been watching The Sopranos. Hey, he's been watching The Sopranos.
Absolutely.
It is the greatest program ever, and I'm into the episode with Big Mouth Billy Bass. I can't now focus on what Boris is saying without thinking about Billy. Yeah. No spoiler alerts, but everybody dies. Some things I would like to hear for the very first time, like Dark Side of the Moon. Wouldn't that be great to hear it for the very first time? You kids, you don't know you're born. You can listen to Dark Side of the Moon for the very first time.
Rock and roll!
I bet they don't, though. I bet they wouldn't sit there for 40 minutes listening to that, would they? They'd get bored after the first track. No, this is so boring. It's got no video. They can't pay attention to anything that lasts more than 30 seconds. The TikTok kids. But you can also watch Apocalypse Now for the very first time. How marvellous. And, The Sopranos. You can watch The Sopranos for the very first time. How wonderful it must be to be young and stupid and ignorant. And I mean ignorant. I withdraw stupid and I underline ignorant. But I mean it in the best possible way. They're ignorant of these things because they had no experience of them. It's not a negative. It's actually a positive. Carrie says, Johnson couldn't design his way out of a game of noughts and crosses. That's a bit of a mixed thought there, Carrie. Do you want to give that another go? And Mike says, Trump promised to donate his salary as president to good causes. He didn't donate the last 6 months' salary or any of his pension. Maybe he had more foresight than we thought. Trump made so much money out of being the president of the United States of America, he didn't need to draw his salary. What with his successes and all.
I've been successful in every business I've been in.
Yeah. Sure you have, Donny. Sure you have. Cambridgeshire. Jim.
Hi, Nick.
Yes, Jim.
Hi, yeah, I've got to say, Nick, I've listened to a multitude of different radio presenters, and I've got to say,
I am the worst.
Quite honestly, no, they're polar opposite. And I'm not being disingenuous in any way, shape, or form. Anyway, Nick,
well, thanks, Jim. Thanks, Jim. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I appreciate everything that you just said.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't want to stroke your ego too much, though, Nick. Let's because not that you have a big ego, but I just want to move on.
Let's not get carried away. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah. One of the things I want to talk about is this climate change stuff, Nick. What do you think about it?
I'm against it.
You're against it? Okay, so you're a conservative on that whole thing, yeah?
A conservative? Well, I wouldn't put it like that.
Well, you're a denier, a conspiracy sort of theorist, yeah?
Well, which conspiracy theory did you have in mind?
Do you believe in climate change, Nick?
Do I believe that
anthropomorphic climate change?
Right. Do I believe that the human activity is responsible for the changing climate?
Affirmative.
Or that the climate is actually changing? Yes, on both counts.
Okay. Well, one of the things I wanted to sort of try and adumbrate, Nick, is that this great nation is responsible for the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah.
And I think it incumbent upon us morally to pay reparations to the other nations of the planet.
Well, for
the climate crisis which we've inevitably caused.
Wait a minute. If we hadn't been first, then somebody else would have been first. I mean,
oh, come on, Nick, don't.
It's not that's
beneath you.
Of course not.
Come on.
If we hadn't invented the spinning jenny. Wow, I pulled that one out of the air. My education was worth it, no?
No.
Not really. The spinning jenny, if we hadn't invented that and everything else that went with it, the steam engine and, machines that go bang, then somebody else would have done it for us.
Stuff.
Huh?
Only the medicinal stuff I praise.
The medicinal?
Yeah, the dentistry, the antibiotics, the things like that. The other stuff, the mechanised nonsense, I've got no real time for, Nick.
Yes, of course you do. Everything that surrounds you was brought to you by the Industrial Revolution.
And I'm saddened by it. I'm a Luddite.
I bet you're not. You're talking to me on a mobile phone. I bet you're talking to me on a mobile phone. Guilty.
Yeah, it's a friend. It's a friend.
Yeah, right. You're sitting in a house with central heating.
No, I'm outside in the field, surrounded by a couple of cows and Pete.
Yeah, but you don't live there, though, do you?
No, it's Pete's phone.
Right, so you live in a house with central heating and double glazing and foam insulation walls. I bet they got one of those things, they stick it in your wall and squirt foam insulation in there. See, Industrial Revolution.
You're describing Pete, but good try.
Right. Okay. Well, I don't know where this is going, or in fact where we've been. But but thanks for taking us on that little trip to nowhere. Cheers, Jim. Of course, I believe that human activity is causing the planet to change. Of course, I believe that the planet's weather is changing. It's evidential. Everything that you see on a daily basis tells you that the planet's weather is changing. I mean, the amount of flooding that there is in this country, I mean, this is unusual. I mean, the weather we've been having the last month, this year has been unusual. The storms that we have, the amount of rain that chucks out the sky, it's just been incredible. And other countries are up to their eyeballs in water. Poor George Clooney, his house just got wiped out in Italy. Lake Como. He's got silt up to his first floor balcony. Wow. Fortunately, he's got all that good coffee capsule money, so he'll be able to put that right straight away. And he's got like 6 other houses that he can live in while they fix it up. It's a fixer-upper. Michael texts, "Hey, Nick, what else could you buy for £37 billion? Well, 37 tents. 37 temporary tents in the East End of London. You could buy 37 of those for £37 billion. Excellent value for money." Gaz says, "Nick, a bloke's just walked past our front garden bay window." Oh, my God. Boasts Gaz. He's got a bay window. You believe that? Just showing off now, Gaz. He says, "A bloke's just walked past our front garden bay window wearing swimming trunks and goggles and scuba flippers. It's 11 p.m. for crying out loud." What's the time of day got to do with it? Why is he wearing trunks and goggles and flippers? I mean, if it's flooded outside, then he would be swimming, not walking. So I'm confused, Gaz. Maybe you're confused too. Robert says, "It's the best weather in Glasgow's history. It's been 25 to 28 degrees centigrade for 3 weeks. Liar! I mean, I'm not saying that you're disseminating misinformation, but... Liar! Yeah. No way has it been 25 to 28 degrees centigrade for 3 weeks in Glasgow. That is untrue. Liar! As texts, R.I.P. to ZZ Top bassist Dusty, looking like a sharp-dressed man lying in state whilst waiting for his funeral. Yeah, looking like a sharp-dressed man lying on his tush wearing cheap sunglasses. Rock and roll! There's your power trio there, ZZ Top. Gary tweets, "Nick, what is a pay rise? What is that? Never heard of that before." Don't worry, Gary. It's not something that you need to be concerned about. Lucy says, "Hey, Nick, just wondering what you think of Marble Arch Mound and if you'll be buying tickets to go." Let me think about that for a moment. No. Yeah, it's a no from me. I mean, what would we be able to see from the top? Nothing, because it's surrounded by trees. If you look at the artist's rendition of what that mound was supposed to be like, there's no trees surrounding it. It looks as though you'll be able to see over all of the Hyde Park, all the way down Oxford Street. Not that anybody in their right mind would want to look at Oxford Street. Why would you want that? Hideous road. Awful. It's a bit of a shame, really, that it's our most famous shopping street. All over the world, people think, oh, I must go to Oxford Street. And when they get there, they think, get me out of here. A horrible road. So you get a better look down Oxford Street, except you don't, because they forgot about the trees. Trees are absent from the artist's rendition of what that mound in Marble Arch would look like. But the trees are all about in Hyde Park. It's a park. So you can't actually see anything. You can't see the park. You literally can't see the park for the trees. Why would you want to go up that? It's like 4 or 5 quid just to climb some steps. The whole world's gone insane. The makers, though, are apologetic. because the vegetation has not taken off, because apparently it was very, very dry. I don't actually recall it being very, very dry. Maybe for a couple of minutes last Tuesday. That's about it. But that's what they said. It's been too dry, so the vegetation didn't sprout, which is why it looks like an unlovely lump in front of Marble Arch. Oh, well, never mind. Chris says, so what if 6 people received 30% pay rises, as you just said? It's hardly anything to the taxpayer. How much is 3% on 1 million workers worth? 22 billion, apparently. Get some perspective, please, says Chris. No, Chris. That is the perspective. 6 people at the top of officialdom received 30% pay rises. That's the perspective. Just because there's a few of them don't make never mind. I mean, you could say that Boris Johnson just awarded himself £1 million pay rise. Well, that's not much to the taxpayer, £1 million. That's neither here nor there, drop in the bucket. But we can't give 3% on 1 million workers because that's 22 billion, so that's right out. But Boris Johnson gets £1 million pay rise. The perspective is the 30%. Doesn't matter how many people are getting it. If everybody else gets 0, that is your perspective, Chris. Too much bleeping perspective. Name that film. Islington. Arman.
Yes, hi, Nick.
Arman.
Yes.
How old are you?
10 years old.
10 years old. Do you have permission of the person that pays the bills to be making this call?
Yes.
Are you being supervised by a trained professional?
Yes.
Okay, then. Go ahead.
So what I'll talk about is that children should not get the vaccine because it might have side effects. So let's just wait like a couple of years just for children to get the vaccine because it might have some side effects and we want more children to have it. So, yeah. And also, the side effects might be that children can become paralyzed in some places of the body.
Blimey. Well, I hadn't heard that. So you're concerned that children are going to be persuaded to, or forced, actually on the threat of not being citizens anymore, to get the vaccine. Children are going to get forced to get the vaccine. Is that what you're worried about?
Yes.
Right. Well, I don't think anywhere in the world is giving vaccines to 10-year-olds, so I think you'll swerve this problem, Arman. But you may know, you may have like an older brother or sister who's 16 who is probably going to be persuaded under threat of punishment to get just that very thing. Other countries, I think, are doing it.
I do have an older brother, but he would not prefer to get the vaccine.
Right. How old is he?
11.
11, right, okay. Well, I don't think that's going to be a problem for him either. But it may be in the future. You may have to wait, knowing what's coming, because that needle may be coming your way, Arman, but not for a good long while. So don't worry about a thing. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
See? That's just good manners.
Be polite.
0345 6060 973. Chris said, no, I read that. I didn't agree with you the first time, Chris. I'm certainly not going to read that again. You can take your perspective and stick it. Stephen emails. By the way, if Arman is still listening, pay no attention to me because that was very, very rude. Don't do what I do what I say. Stephen emails. As a business, I was exporting goods to Ireland the other day. Uh-oh, here it comes. He says, the customs office rang me to say that I had not completed the new forms correctly.
Oh, no.
Jokingly, I quoted what Bodger said about the claim of extra paperwork before the deal with the EU was agreed. To quote the dear leader, I said, can we not just rip them up?
No.
No. The customs officer did not see the funny side. I guess Bodger was economical with the truth when he said this to a Northern Irish business forum.
Liar!
Yes, you know that Boris Johnson is lying because he is speaking. He said that. So if they give you any more red tape or any extra forms, you can bin them, rip them up, tell them I said so, he said. Lying. I wonder if they told a scintilla of truth. I wonder if there's anything that they've said on the subject of Brexit that is actually true. Like one single thing. I don't know where to go now, because there's the deal with Australia. Have you seen how much that's going to be to our benefit? You'd need to get a microscope to see it. Or the vaccine passports. I don't know which way to go. Tricky. So I'll avoid making a decision and go to Weybridge instead. Hello, Roger. Oh, Roger. Too late. Fife. Andy.
Hello there, that was quick to get through to you tonight. Nick, how you doing?
I'm good, thanks.
Good stuff. I'm just wanting to talk to you about this the immigration situation with this government. I don't know if you saw about a week or so, Nick, that they're now talking about prosecuting people who are coming. I don't even call them immigrants. I call them asylum seekers, people coming over for good reasons. A lot of them do to get a better life, and who would blame them? But they're going to get threatened with prosecution and up to 4 years in prison. I just don't agree with that, Nick.
I think it's way worse than that. I think people who actually pluck them out of the sea may be subject to 14 years in prison, isn't it?
Is it 14? Wow. I mean, it's just terrible. I mean, I think they obviously think that a lot of the right-wing friends and a lot of the British people will say, yeah, quite right, do that. We don't want them over here.
Right. Enough will say that to give Bodger another stonking majority in the next election. He's playing to his fans. They love that.
Yeah, that's what they want. He's telling them what they want to hear.
Yeah.
But I just want to let all your listeners know that not everybody feels that way. Not everybody's like that, is it? But it's just how it's portrayed by often by the media. That it's somehow that everybody wants to do this. They want to have. We don't want any foreigners coming over here. How dare they come over? I know you say that sometimes. How they put it. How dare they come over here? It's just this.
Yeah, it's not everybody, Andy, but it's enough. It's enough to keep them in power. If you just keep feeding the dogs some meat, then they will reward you with their votes, regardless of what is happening to them personally. You just keep telling them what they want to hear. That other people are suffering because of the cruelty of the administration. They love that.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of people coming over here for a better life. Who would blame them? They come across in very treacherous,
and in small numbers, by the way. I mean, I hate the word, but I'm going to use it anyway. The narrative is that every displaced person on Earth makes a beeline to the shores of this country, and nothing could be further from the truth. We don't really do our bit at all, compared to, how wealthy we are and what a tremendous success this country is, according to the regime. But anyway, thanks a lot, Andy. This is a story about the RNLI. Might as well deal with this now. This is not where I thought that this was going to go, but I'll deal with it anyway. Donations to the RNLI, the Royal National Lifeboat Institute, have rocketed after the charity's chief executive described its role in rescuing people crossing the English Channel as humanitarian work. And you-know-who, very upset about it.
I'm a nutcase.
Figures provided to the PA news agency show online donations to the RNLI passed £200,000 in the last 24 hours. Wow. Up from around £7,000 on a typical day. That's still quite a lot, isn't it? The increase accounts for an astonishing 3,000% uplift. What do you reckon, Nige?
This is absolute tosh.
All you're doing. There was a fourfold increase in people viewing volunteering opportunities on the Sea Charities website during the same period. Hey, it almost makes you proud to be British, doesn't it? Okay, not proud enough to actually sit through this song. Jane George, RNLI fundraising director, said, "We are overwhelmed with the huge level of support we have received from our amazing supporters in the last couple of days. We've seen an uplift in donations with over £200,000 being donated yesterday alone. This was, yesterday. Through a combination of one-off donations, new regular support, or supporters increasing their regular donation amount. How about that? So there's a minority of people who are furiously, I don't know, like pick up a rock and there they are. Absolutely, like push them back out to sea, let them drown. And giving the impression that all displaced people come here. Very, very few. You know, there's 82.4 million displaced people in the world. 82.4 million. That's as a result of persecution, conflict, violence, human rights violations, war, that sort of thing. 82.4 million. And that's before global warming kicks in. You wait. It'll be billions. Here is the refugee population by country, starting with the most first. Let's see where we come on this list, shall we? See if we really do have a problem compared to other countries. You ready? Refugee population by country, 2020, the figures from the UN. First, Turkey. Now, a lot of displaced people just go to their next door country. Turkey, number 1. Jordan, number 2. West Bank and Gaza, 3. Pakistan, 4. Uganda, 5th. Then Lebanon, Germany, then Sudan, then Bangladesh, then Ethiopia, then Iran, then the Syrian Arab Republic, then the Congo, then Chad, then Kenya, then Cameroon, then France. Then the United States, then South Sudan, then China, then Egypt, then Iraq, then Sweden, then Tanzania, then Niger. That's not how you think it's pronounced, Donny. It's Niger.
Oh, shut up!
Then India, then Yemen, then Austria, then Rwanda, and then us. I mean, how far down is that on the list? Absolutely huge. It's tiny. But that doesn't stop people concentrating on it because it takes the mind off, what else is going on. And we know, we have a fair idea of what else is going on.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Hey, Bodge. Let's try this one again in Weybridge. Hello, Roger.
Hello, how are you, Nick? How you doing? You all right?
Yes, good, thanks.
Good. I just wanted to talk to you a bit tonight about, I heard some news today about Scotland's death toll from drugs. Mm-hmm. And kind of thought a simple message to Nicola Sturgeon up in Scotland. Focus more on drug abuse, less on independence would be my view. 7 years in a row, very high death rate, more than 1,300 today, up from 1,200 last year. Pretty unacceptable, don't you think, Nick?
Well, I don't think it's got anything to do with Nicola Sturgeon, and she is surely capable with her government of concentrating on two things at the same time.
Well, I think the evidence would dispute that, Nick, considering the fact of the matter
I don't think the evidence shows anything of the sort.
Well, I think the fact is, Nick, when you've got the highest death rate in Europe from drug abuse, that would be a counterpoint to that. Focus more on that, less on independence. That's my view.
Right. Well, it would be extraordinary if a government were unable to concentrate on two things at the same time. Like policing and teaching, for instance. But if you say so, Roger. Here's the a list of drug use by country. Data from the World Health Organization looking at the global burden of disease, suggesting that 10 countries have nearly half the global population of people with a substance use disorder. Wow, 10 countries on Earth make up half of the global population of people with a substance abuse disorder. Number 1, the United States of America. Well, I can understand why up till recently they have been taking their refuge in drugs.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
Yeah, exactly. All of those ding-a-lings. No offence. So the US is number 1. Greenland is number 2. Greenland?
What?
Well, I suppose they've got nothing else to do there. I mean, what do you actually do in Greenland? I mean, there's nothing in Greenland. Iceland is the green one, and Greenland is the icy one. I mean, how many people actually live in Greenland? Like 6? 5 of them are off their heads.
Want to score some pot?
Mongolia is third, and everything I said about Greenland, ditto Mongolia. Nothing to do there. So the US, I mean, we all know that America is, is tripping. Greenland, I had no idea. Mongolia, I mean, that just seems like a statistical anomaly, doesn't it? So let's get rid of those. You know what the fourth is? That's right. Us. The United Kingdom is the fourth worst country for taking drugs in the whole wide world. Hey, how's that war on drugs going?
Oh, fabulous.
Do keep us updated. Let's have New Malden. Hello, David.
Hello.
David.
I think you ought to admire Nigel Farage. I thought he looked really healthy. Seems to have lost a bit of weight. Lovely tan. And I thought he was dressed so well. Light blue there. Nice shirt. Nice choker on.
Yeah, what was
and
that?
He just looked like a model to me.
A model what?
Well, a model. I went and bought the outfit.
Oh, I see. Right. Well,
Yeah.
what was that with the handkerchief tied around his neck? What is he, a cowboy now? What was that about?
Unfortunately, it wasn't an attempt to end his life, was it? Unfortunately.
No.
But there we are.
He was using it as an accessory.
That's right. It did occur to me with the RNLI that if they were to break their rule of rescuing everybody and make an exception for Nigel, so if he was glugging in the channel, they would probably raise £1 million a day from some people in terms of donation, wouldn't they?
Push him back out to sea. Let him drown. All right. Thanks a lot, David. You'd look fantastic in a choker, by the way, if that is indeed what that was. It's like I was mystified by that. Because, he pretends to be like a pint-drinking tweed man, but he's actually not. He's a champagne-swilling Savoy and Ritz person. All that, fag and a pint, that's just for the cameras. That's not who he is. But he showed up for work with a handkerchief tied around his neck, like a rodeo cowboy. I do believe you looked a little silly, Uncle Nige.
This is absolute tosh.
Yeah, a little bit silly. Speaking of silly, is anybody watching the Olympics?
No.
Yeah, the Olympics, Team GB. I'm unfamiliar with his work. I know who he is. The guy who presents the breakfast show on BBC One. He's doing the continuity thing in that fake studio that's pretending to be in Tokyo. It isn't. That's all digitaled in. But he isn't digitaled in, although he does look like a special effect. Whoever is doing his makeup, just ease back on it a bit. They must show up with like 2 buckets of makeup and lay it on with a trowel. You can barely see him underneath all that makeup. He looks plastic. He actually looks like a doll from Captain Scarlet. Because they dressed him up weirdly as well. Whoever is in charge of how he looks, he has to stop them immediately. Because I've just been looking at the incidence of drug taking amongst the countries of this United Kingdom. This United Kingdom. And it looks to me as though England and Scotland were pretty much exactly the same for a good long while until 2015 to 2016, which was the exact time of the EU referendum.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and then drug taking took off in Scotland because they were, presumably because they were being dragged in a direction that they did not want to go by their evil southern counterparts.
Boo!
But let's not get carried away. The incidence of drug taking in Scotland is about 12%. The incidence of drug taking in England is about 10%. It's not that big a difference, is it? Not really. Plus, I wonder how they actually conduct these surveys. Hello, I'm from the government. Can you tell me if you take any illegal drugs? Priti Patel has asked me to make a record. Jen texts, I know you love talking about the weather all the time, but your use of Fahrenheit instead of Celsius is confusing. I find myself scratching around doing the equation to find out what temperature you're actually talking about. Thanks from one of your millennial listeners. Hey, Jen.
Stop whining.
Mental arithmetic is good for the brain. You figure it out. I'm not doing your homework for you. Vanessa texts, I'm training as a teacher of humanities this year, and they have taken my training bursary of £9,000 away completely. But they've said that in order to help me, I can apply to the government for a loan. So what was I going to be given to help me train from the government? They said they will lend me money. What a joke, says Vanessa. Yeah, it's one of those unfunny jokes. Yeah, it's all about the levelling up agenda. How's that going, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah, it's almost as though he doesn't mean it. It's just something that he says. Lester. Hello, David.
Hello. I was going to raise a point that was raised in the news and that you've already raised about Scotland's drug problem. I'm looking at the Scottish Drugs Forum, and Scotland has almost 60,000 people with the drug problem. That is a higher proportion of the population than any other country in Europe.
Yeah, it's been that way for as long as I can remember. I don't know why this is news.
Yeah, well, it was mentioned in the news, and you've talked about it.
Yeah.
But it goes on to say, as part of the media coverage of the latest drug death statistics, I received a call from Slovenia, a country the same size as Scotland, but with only 19 drug-related deaths in 2017. Scotland's latest figure is 1,187.
Right.
Now, there is no data on this
I wonder in Slovenia, because, I mean, Eastern Europe is notorious for alcohol abuse.
Booze.
So I wonder if they're not counting alcohol abuse, which should, of course, be counted.
Well, I'm not getting into it. I'm just saying about the Scotland being the worst drugs capital of Europe.
It's been that way for as long as I can remember.
Yeah, but earlier you lumped it in with the UK.
Well,
and my point is that Scotland wants its independence, so why can't we independently record their drug problem?
Well, we can. I just didn't have those. I just didn't have those figures to hand at that moment.
Okay, but it is Scotland where the problem is. Yes, there is a problem in England, Wales, and Ireland.
Yeah, there's a problem everywhere.
It's not as big a problem.
Well, by a small increment, it's not as big a problem. No, but there's a problem everywhere with drugs. The problem with drugs, with the illegal drugs, is they're illegal. That's the problem with illegal drugs. They're illegal. There's no control. There's no check. There's no quality determination. There's none of that. I mean, you go to your doctor and they write you a prescription for something. You look at I think I mentioned this last week. You look at the little piece of paper that comes folded. How they fold it like that, I've got no idea. Because once you unfold it, you can't refold it, can you? It's impossible. They must have some sort of genius machine that folds that paper into 86,000 different folds. It's like origami. Impossible to get back together again. You can't. Once you've unfolded it, you cannot stuff it back in that box. Don't even try. But you read the problems with those pills, and it includes everything up to and including death from taking anything. You know, aspirin upwards. But there's control. You know what you're going to get. It's the same wherever you get it. You know what the strength is. You know how many to take, etc. and so on. But with illegal drugs, because it's illegal, you don't know any of that. You don't know what you're taking until you've taken it. That's the problem. And for any government to say that they're, very, very concerned about the negative consequences of taking illegal drugs, is they're not remotely interested about the negative consequences of taking illegal drugs. They're concerned about the political consequences of legalizing them. I mean, if most of America, a much more conservative country than we are, if most of America is legalizing marijuana...
Want to score some pot?
Then how come we're not even discussing it? if a country as conservative as America is doing it, how come we're not even talking about it? Ministers in this country put their fingers in their ears and start la 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 la. Oh, we'll instigate another survey. Yeah, we'll have an inquiry, another one of those, because the last 10 inquiries that we had, they all came to the same conclusion that we should legalise drugs or what's the phrase? D something, not legalise, but D. What's the phrase? I bet my glamorous assistant knows. D something. D. What? No? Not listening. She's not listening. She's in there listening to Classic FM. I know it's relaxing, but I'm trying to do a show here. D. Not legalised, but D. Whatever it is. You know what I'm trying to say. That's the problem, is ministers falsely claiming that they are maintaining the war on drugs, whereas they know that no such war could ever be successful, not now, not ever, never. So they are dissembling. They're not telling us the truth. We can't handle the truth. The truth is that human beings have always taken drugs, will always take drugs. There's nothing you can do about it, so you might as well put their health first, rather than the politics of the argument first, which is where we are, and where we always have been, the war on drugs. Jen says, oh no, I've read that. Vanessa says, I've read that one. Wow, I am really getting through them today. I am very good at my job. Peter says, I was transferred out of local government 11 years ago to the private community sector, and I haven't had a pay increase in 14 years. Wow. Well, I think in real terms, most people in the country have not had a pay rise for 60 years. Wow. It's about that, isn't it? Since the 60s and 70s, I think that pay has flatlined for something like 90% of the population. We've not got a pay rise in all of that time. The top 10% have done very well. The top 1% have done staggeringly well. Their pay has taken off like Jeff Bezos' rocket. You seen Jeff Bezos' rocket?
Disgusting.
Yeah. It's the same outside and inside. 0345 6060 973. Speaking of which, Paul texts, I just want Bezos to build another rocket ship in the shape of a thingy and put Boris, the rotten cabinet, Trump, many others on a one-way magic carpet ride. Hans Hancock can go too. I've got to hand it to Farage for almost single-handedly giving the RNLI a massive boost in donations. Thanks, Nige.
This is absolute tosh.
0345 6060 973. I almost want to play that phone call. You know the phone call? I don't know. Maybe I play it too much. It's just so delightful. Oh, all right then.
I'm immensely grateful to you for everything you've done in British politics over the last few years. I used to be an ardent Remainer. I voted Remain. I believed in the European project.
Mm-hmm.
I believed that staying in the European Union was the best thing for us. And then something happened, and something monumental happened, and it completely changed my opinion on the whole situation.
What was that monumental thing, Mark?
I was kicked in the head by a horse.
Right, very good. Okay, fine. Thank you.
No, thank you, Nige. Thanks for the laughs. And you look like a plank in a neckerchief. I mean that with love and affection. Tom tweets, how far back do you have tapes of your old shows? They were available on the LBC website until a couple of years ago, but not anymore. Hoping you'll include some of them from 10 years ago on the Nick Abbott Habit soon. Unfortunately not, Tom. They don't go back very far. For some weird reason, they've all been chopped up into little bits. I did ask about it, but they actually said that. They've been chopped up into little bits. They exist as like 5-second clips that you would have to actually reassemble by hand. I don't know why that is. It doesn't make no sense. Why would you do it? It's like putting these shows through a shredder and then storing them carefully. Don't ask me. I just work here. Dunbar, Michael.
Hiya, Nick. I think the word you were looking for was deregulate. Was it?
Yeah, something like that. I'll go with deregulate. Yes.
Yeah. Do you know what it is? I've actually forgotten what I was ringing up for, but I just mentioned about drugs and that. My experience around people with drugs are like this. A lot of people are smoking that rubbish called spice. You can smell it. It smells like wet horse manure.
Ew.
And even when they're not smoking it, it's on their breath. You know what I mean? When you go on public transport, so I use public transport a lot, and you get on a bus or a train and you can now smell the stuff, and it makes you feel like, reaching with sick. It's absolutely disgusting. I can't understand why, you know what I mean, why they smoke that rubbish for, because it's like, to me, it's like polystyrene cannabis. That's what it is. It's not a synthetic. It's just, and people have died of it. So,
yeah, no doubt.
You know, I don't know why they're doing it, Nick. It's just ridiculous. And
probably because they have come to the end of their tether and they see no hope in life anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I see guys walking with rucksacks full of this stuff in the back of the rucksack, and I thought, where's the police? Why aren't they getting arrested? But they just don't seem to care anymore. Do you know what I mean? Oh, just let them get on with it. I mean, that's the attitude now. So,
but it smells like smoking horse manure. That doesn't sound too appetizing to me. Wet horse manure. Ew.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a non-smoker. I don't smoke at all, but I can't stand the smell of that. It always puts me in mind of wet horse manure.
Right, lovely. Well, thanks for describing it so effectively.
But I was going to mention one funny thing before I go and make you smile. You know, when you were talking about people want to emigrate to certain countries, apparently in Bangladesh they have, what is it again about the toilet situation, they have what was it? The stats were for every 4,000 people they only have one toilet, apparently.
Wow.
That's on the internet, so... You know, I'm assuming most people just dig a hole in the back garden or whatever and just use that.
Wow, you sure you're not talking about Glastonbury? This is Bangladesh now.
No, this is Bangladesh. I looked on the internet about Bangladesh and Dhaka, places like Dhaka and Bangladesh and other cities around Bangladesh. I thought, oh God,
one toilet to 4,000 people. They are people. That's some perspective for you.
Stop whining.
All right, thanks a lot, Michael. It's not quite what I had on my screen that he was going to say. He was apparently going to say, are you still there, Michael?
Yeah, sorry, I'm still here.
So it's on my screen, it says you were going to talk about the Olympics. Do you want to make a quick point?
Oh, God, yeah, go on then, yeah, quickly. Yeah, the Olympics, right? I'm glad it just shows what I'm thinking. Yeah, the Olympics at the minute, most of the superior professional athletes have pulled out. So, you know, I mean, you could go there tomorrow and win a gold medal, I think. So, I mean, it's that.
I know. How hard could it be? You're quite right. I'll board a plane the first thing in the morning. All right, thanks a lot, Michael. I think that's incredibly cruel and really stupid. I mean, you train for 8 years, 12 years, whatever it is, to get to the Olympics, and then some official with a clipboard says, no, you just failed this COVID test, now you can't play anymore. That's just beyond awful. You've got to go home. All of that training was for nothing. Yeah, sorry about that. Have a nice day. Shocking. I mean, everybody there is going to get COVID. They're breathing on each other. They're having a hot, athletic, personal interface with each other.
Disgusting.
Of course they are. If one's got it, they're all going to get it. But to tell somebody who's been training for 12 hours a day for the last 8 years to get to the Olympics that they can't play because they just failed some blooming COVID test, I mean, that's just awful. I'm furious on their behalf. Also, take your blooming masks off when you're being interviewed on television. That's ridiculous. You've just been panting your face off over anybody in your immediate vicinity, and then you put your mask on when you've stopped your exercising to talk to a camera. We can't see you. And take your blooming masks off when you're at the medals ceremony, because that's ridiculous too. I mean, the people on either side of you, you've just been either in the pool with or on the court with, or around a track, or wherever it is that you've just done, whatever you've got, they've got already. Doesn't make any difference whether you put the mask on, whether you're on a medals. They've spent all that time and effort to get their face on the podium, and when they get there, somebody with a clipboard says that they must put a mask on. It could be anybody behind there. But it does make crying, a little bit more invisible. Quite a lot of crying going on, with understandable reasons. I got caught up in it a little bit. I mean, I think you have to make an effort. This is my athletic endeavour, making an effort to watch the Olympics. Because if you don't, it'll be gone. By this time next week, it'll be almost over for another, 3 years. It'll be in Paris in 3 years' time, assuming that we all live that long. Make an effort. It's worth it. These are the peak of what it's possible to do with the human form. Monkey skills. That's what it's all about. Human beings can't do any better than the supreme athletes that have gathered for the Olympics. At least you can make an effort and watch the highlights, for crying out loud. Sitting on a sofa eating crisps. I know I do. That's my strict regimen. No exercise and eating crisps. John texts, expat, you mean immigrants, surely? Presumably he's talking about what I was saying some while ago about people who patriotically leave this country, leaving us in the lurch. Yeah, thanks a lot. Go and chase the sun. Expats to us, but immigrants to the Spanish. I hope you're enjoying your weather. Colin texts, oi, you're cheeky. Not all young people are ignorant. I listened to Dark Side of the Moon back in 2012 when I was 15, and I think it does have a video or something like that. No, Colin, it doesn't. I mean, a couple of the songs have videos that the band used to use on stage with that circular screen. There's Time and Money. I've got one thing for each tune. Other than that, they ain't got no videos, you idiot. Martin says, I listened to Dark Side of the Moon for the first time a couple of years ago. It was pretty good. Wow, that's like being hit in the stomach. It was pretty good. Get Priti Patel on the phone. I want her to lock that person up right now. I mean it. Let's have Islington. Adam.
Hi, good morning, Nick.
Adam.
I always smile when I listen to you. You're one of my favourite presenters.
Thanks, Adam.
So, Nick, I want to... 90% of the time I'm in agreement with you, but I think one thing I'm strongly in disagreement, if I've understood correctly, is your views on Meghan Markle, and I wanted to just run something by you.
Meghan Markle? Where did that come from? Hazard and Sparkles? I haven't mentioned a word one about them yet.
No, not tonight. Forgive me, because I only joined. I just came home, and basically the topic I want to talk to you about. Yeah. I wanted your views on what you think around Piers Morgan's view about mental health. Are we? Because we're getting
Piers Morgan's views about anything are in order to get attention to Piers Morgan. That's the only reason he expresses an opinion about anything, in order to attract attention to Piers Morgan. His opinions are designed to be controversial. He is a professional controversialist.
Yeah, true. But can we just touch on the fact that, do you think that mental health has become blown out of proportion in terms of the discussion point? Because I'm in my early 30s, and I actually realised something, Nick. I think now that the new generation is getting older, I feel as though there's there's a natural conflict in the way older and young people are now viewing life and the world, and that there's now a disconnect. And young people are now saying, listen, if I fail, I'm not going to see it as an excuse to say mental health, whereas I know the old school that will say, oh, if you say that, it sounds like an excuse, you just had a bad day, which is the kind of school of thought.
Yeah.
Peers subscribe.
Well, I think we're talking about two different things, and this is why I'm conflicted, is because I have different opinions depending on what it is that we're talking about. I mean, some people will say, I'm feeling a bit today, and so I must go home in order to attend to my mental health. But what they're actually doing, what they're actually saying is, I feel a bit today. Yeah. Everybody has a day. It doesn't mean to say that you have a mental health problem. On the other hand, people have ignored mental health problems for a good long while because it's the medical issue that people did not speak about. I mean, partly because it's
tangible.
Yes, exactly right. You can't point to and say there's a cut. It needs the following treatment. Whereas medical issues, you can see it under a microscope, or you can see it, in real life, and you can attend to it in ways that are established. But a mental health issue is not tangible. You can't point. There's the injury there. And it's also was sort of taboo for the longest time, and it's only just recently become less so. So I think you're talking about two different things. It's good that people can talk about mental health issues if they actually have that. But on the other hand, a lot of people are saying that they have a mental health problem when what they actually mean is that they're just having a bit of a down day and they'll be better tomorrow or this afternoon.
Can I make one more point?
Yes.
About that. So one of my friends once said to me, people who have been in war and who have PTSD, that's real mental health. But people who say, "Oh, I had an exam," I'm just quoting. This is my point. There's a paradigm in what people perceive to be serious mental health and not. So to him, when people complain about exam pressure and exam stress, to him that doesn't count as mental health. And I think he's got a point when he says that, because there are people who have suffered sexual abuse.
It depends, Adam. And this is the other thing about mental health, is you have to take people's word on how ill they are. I mean, if people say that they have a serious problem, then you have to take them on face value, that they have a serious problem. But I do think there's a preponderance these days to claim, it's like a Me Too thing. I've got a mental health problem too. Whereas what they actually mean is, they're just a bit depressed, they're in a bit of a funk, it's been raining for 3 days, so they're like, ugh. But it's not at all. On the other hand, I think it is a positive that we can talk about those sort of things, whereas previously it was taboo. West Midlands, Ralph.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Yes, good, thanks.
Well, I've got a joke for you tonight, but that Nigel Farage joke was too funny for a radio station.
A joke? Well, we don't do jokes.
Oh, well, I've got one for you anyway.
Yeah, but we don't do jokes.
Oh, it's all right. It's not a joke. It's something very serious. You've got to think about it. What's the link between... What's the link between a dartboard and Boris Johnson?
Wow, we'll never know. What's the link between a dartboard and Boris Johnson? We'll never know. Literally never know the answer to that question. Isn't that sad?
No.
0345 6060 973. I told you we don't do jokes. Mike emails, you have not mentioned the great Brexit news of the week. Wine may become 13p per bottle cheaper if imported from certain destinations. You need to be fair to the cult. Yeah, I haven't talked about this. According to the government, UK shoppers will save 20 pence per bottle on Australian wine under the terms of Britain's new free trade deal with Canberra. 20p a bottle. If you've been hunting for the sunny uplands. Here is proof that we are better off out of the 20p a bottle. There's your Brexit bonus. Roger Johnson and his Australian counterpart, Scott Morrison, agreed to the trade pact in principle back in June. It will come into force later this year. Isn't that great?
No.
The deal will see tariffs on Australian wine imports slashed from 20p per bottle to 0. It is hoped the move will see more varieties of wine imported, giving shoppers greater choice. More varieties? How? How will getting 20p off a bottle of wine bring in a greater number of varieties? And who wants greater varieties? We go to the store, we see what's on sale, and we buy that. What do we know about varieties? We know red and white. We can recognise pink when we see it. We know the ones with the foil and the twisty tie are fizzy, and that's about it. Varieties? We know there's the £5 variety and the £10 variety. I mean, what possible difference will it make if it's £9.60 rather than £9.80? I mean, really. Liz Truss is the International Trade Secretary.
Oh, no.
She said that more free trade means lower prices and more choice for shoppers. While the Australia deal, she said, will be the tip of the iceberg. Yeah, the iceberg that is the consequence of leaving the European Union. You can see the little bit on top, but it's the bit that's huge and likely to sink us, is the Brexit bit that we haven't really seen yet. I mean, with geniuses like Liz Truss and David Frost at the helm, this ship's going down. The deal with Australia represents the first from-scratch trade agreement struck by the UK since it left the European Union. And its piddling effects will be felt by absolutely no one, except perhaps the British farmers that might get put out of business by the agribusiness giants in Australia. Hormone-injected beef, no thanks. Official figures from Wine Australia showed that more than a third of its wine exports by volume already come here. That may... Excuse me. I need a drink.
Booze.
One moment. Parched. The UK is Australia's top global export market for wine, measured by volume. Already. We're the top export market for wine, measured by volume. Already. They already export more to us than anywhere else in the world when we were in the European Union. How are they going to up that significantly? And it wouldn't make a difference to us if they did. It's not even our favourite wine. Liz Truss said our trade deals with Australia and other friends will bring a big post-Brexit dividend for consumers. No, Liz Truss, it won't. And that you don't know that is alarming, being as how you're the trade minister. International Trade Secretary. I mean, she must know that this is a pile of you-know-what. I mean, this is why other countries are laughing at us. We left one of the biggest trading unions in the world to bob about on our own with a clown in the captain's bridge to celebrate getting 20p off a bottle of wine. I mean, we drink mainly French and Italian wines, over double the amount of Australian wines by value. New Zealand is third. Australia is fourth. It's about the same amount as we drink of Spanish wines. And they did fashion this deal in a desperate attempt to get some good news. The UK-Australia free trade deal centred almost entirely on goods. Of course, we do services. They seem to be unable to actually do a trade deal that includes services, as in the banking racket, which is 80% of our economy. Services. No, goods. Let's concentrate on goods. You know, the small beer first. And, by the way, eliminating tariffs on exports to each other's countries, Australia and the UK, that will take place over 15 years. The benefits will take 15 years to come. And when it does, overall, it could increase UK GDP by an estimate of 0.01%. That's the government's own estimate. 0.01% richer. That's compared to the government's own estimate of a 4% loss from Brexit. So Brexit loses 4%. The trade deal that they've just organised with Australia will increase our wealth by 0.01%. I think 4% is a bigger number. I mean, I'm no maths expert. The government said it will save British consumers £34 million a year. That's 52p a person. 1 pence per week. That's what we're going to be saving, friends, with our new extraordinary sunny uplands deal with Australia. 1p per week. 1 penny. That's it. The Prime Minister says that the deal shows global Britain at its best. We are doomed. 0345 6060 973. Ian tweets, people in Glasgow in the northwest of Scotland have had very high temperatures for 2 weeks. Nonsense. Tom says, don't do what I do, do what I say. Are you quoting Boris directly, says Tom. Yes, I am. Tom texts, 14 years for plucking them out of the sea. Not if you're border force. Well, if you're border force, you get to, you know. Poppy says, we've got a lovely big mound in Beckenham Palace Park near the swimming lake, and it's free to climb and enjoy stunning aerial views around Bromley. Bromley. Yeah, and you know what you can see from the top of a large hillock in Bromley? Bromley.
Oh, no.
Yeah, sadly, that is true, yeah. I mean, what were you expecting? The Hanging Gardens of Babylon? Great herds of wildebeest sweeping majestically across the plain? Boris Johnson and a dartboard. Nope, I'm coming up with nothing. 0345 6060 973. But it's probably rude.
Disgusting.
Rex texts, is Mr. Farage perhaps modelling himself on a smouldering Plasto rocker David Essex? David Essex always had the most liquidy, sparkly eyes. Did you notice that? He must have put eye drops in just before he went on Top of the Pops. Nobody had eyes like that. It looked like he was crying all the time. Just fighting to hold back the tears. And, well, you know, he had to sing those songs. Dreadful. Apart from rock and roll. No, rock on, wasn't it? Rock on. Good song. Daniel tweets, Nick, I find the Olympics to be unbelievably boring. No interest whatsoever. Can't wait till the season starts. Well, the season will be starting momentarily. It stops for about 5 minutes during August, and other than that, it's on almost constantly. You won't have long to wait now, Daniel. How can you say it's unbelievably boring? You're just not making an effort. You have to make an effort to watch. Concentrate on an event, even like events that you would think would be a little bit dull, turn out to be pretty exciting. I like the BMX biking where they all go at the same time, kind of like snowboard cross, which is brilliant, best sport ever. It's like wacky races. They all go at the same time, up and over, up and down, and up and down, and up and down, round, and they end up in a pile of twisted metal at the end. It's great. I like the canoeing thing where they have to go around all those poles without touching them. That's pretty good too. Like these are events that you wouldn't normally cross the road to see, but if they have the Olympic rings appended to them, then suddenly they become fascinating. What does not become fascinating is baseball.
Boring.
Oh, my God. The BBC covered baseball for hour after endless hour the other day. Women's baseball. Does anybody want to see that?
No.
Of course not. Basketball. There's another one. I mean, these things should not be Olympic sports. Hockey. Do me a favour. That's not an Olympic sport. Neither is tennis, for crying out loud. All of those team sports, it's nonsense. Should not be Olympic events. I mean, I can sort of see hockey a bit because it's like, going out from the cave and hunting as a pack. Survival skills. That's what the Olympics should be all about. Gladiatorial combat is what it should be about. So fighting, yes, swimming, got to swim to save your life. Running away, of course. What else? What else have they got that's really good? Gymnastics, monkey skills, absolutely. I give up. But most of it is pretty good. Just, make some effort yourself, Daniel. You've got to try. Be a trier. Natalie says, God, this is a bit of a long text. Is this worth reading? She says, you probably saw that list of the 5 best places to survive a global societal collapse, and the UK was there. Ireland, I can understand. Iceland, tick. Australia, well, their lack of water makes that a little debatable. The UK, where people phone the police when fast food chains run out of chicken, or motorways are gridlocked after a half-inch of snow, no chance. Unfortunately, we in New Zealand are deemed number 1 in the spots to survive list. Oh, great, more foreign billionaires buying up our best land for their bunkers. Many already have. I preferred it when no one else knew much about our little country and ignored us. Being popular is overrated, says Natalie. Well, it's your own fault, Natalie, for having so much scenery. All that Lord of the Rings scenery. No wonder billionaires want to buy it. Let's have St Ives. Hello, Brenda.
Hi, Nick.
Brenda.
I think you're going to be blown away with this bit of information I'm going to tell you.
Okay, lay it on me, baby.
I just heard that our brilliant Minister of Education, Gavin Williams.
Yeah, I wondered where he got to.
Is going to put a pilot scheme in 40 state schools.
Yeah.
For them all to learn Latin.
Yeah, £4 million, which will buy 1 book per pupil, something like that.
Why do you think that is? I think because Boris Johnson learnt Latin and he could recite it, and he learnt Greek classics.
Yeah.
I think it would be a better idea if actually he put that money into learning, studying Chinese.
Yeah, learning English perhaps, yeah.
Yeah.
Latin.
What a load of rubbish.
What a load of rubbish. What do you think, Gavin? Yeah, he's unsure. Thanks a lot, Brenda. I couldn't agree more. How ridiculous to make studying Latin seem less elite. It's painful. Stu says, decriminalise. You can thank me later. No, wait. I've changed my mind. I'll thank you now.
Thank you.
That's the word that I was scrabbling around for. Decriminalise. Yes. You don't necessarily have to legalise it, although, most of America is legalising it.
Want to score some pot?
Decriminalise. That's the problem. People don't know what they're taking until they've taken it. You're not going to stop people taking it by making ever more silly laws about it. Never going to happen. Not now, not ever, never. Ever going to happen. The war on drugs was lost the day it was prosecuted. And people in governance know that. They're pretending that it can be won. They're kidding. They're lying to you about that it can be won. Because they think that that's what you want to hear. Oh, yeah, we're really going to crack down. Yeah, we're going to have chain gangs. And, they're going to give back to society. Yeah, right, sure. Mm-hmm. Call us when it's done. Instead of just giving us a whole list of I'm gonnas. Going to do this, I'm going to do that. Yeah, right. Dan says, have you seen Boris battling with an umbrella yet? It's worse than the chair cleaning. The chair cleaning. Oh, my. If you haven't seen him cleaning a chair, it looks like a shaved ape doing a trick for the circus. Bev texts, I'm really fed up with all the government cuts. Even my origami club has folded. Oh, Bev, a listener with material.
Oh, no.
Let's have Norwich. Hello, Brett.
Hello, mate. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, whoever that was that said that they criminalised, they beat me to it. I was going to tell you that.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I was going to say, what is your favourite Pink Floyd album?
My favourite Pink Floyd album? Well, that's a tricky one. I would have to say... I can only pick one.
Go on.
No, is that the rule? I can only pick one. How about I can pick 5?
Yeah, okay.
All right, well, if everything from Medal...
Yeah.
to The Wall, inclusive.
What do you think of Animals? I think Animals might be my favourite.
Well, that's an odd choice, but I understand that selection. It's one of my favourite albums, but it's a very angry album. It's very unusual.
It is
for
very
Pink Floyd.
angry, yeah.
But it came out in 1977? Rock and roll! Which was a pretty angry year for music.
Exactly. But I listened to a bit. I haven't heard it for a couple of years, but I listened to the final cut today.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what do you think of that?
Bleep all that. We've got to get on with this.
Not now, John.
Yeah, exactly. Not my... well, you know what? I was going to say not my cup of tea, really, but I haven't heard it in a good long while, so maybe I'll give it another listen. I'll give it another listen. Yeah. How does that sound?
Yeah, man. The lyrics,
man.
The lyrics are beautiful.
Well, I tell you what, Brett, have you seen Roger Waters' Us and Them concert video?
Yeah, I caught that on Sky Arts, I think.
Right.
I'm allowed to say that.
Well, I believe that you can say that. Not only can you, but you just did.
I just have.
Yeah. Talk about a theatrical coup when... this is a spoiler alert.
Warning!
But when Battersea Power Station appeared as though by magic, my jaw was on the floor.
Yeah. I did a bit of work there about 5 years ago. It was just bizarre. It was obviously looking at the front cover of Animals and then actually being sort of...
Yeah, there it was.
In that area. Yeah.
Right.
It's quite surreal.
Surreal is the correct word, yeah. All right, thanks a lot, Brett.
Hey, Nick,
yes.
You
go on, then.
I was going to say, what do you think of Atom Heart Mother?
Again, I prefer Floyd from Medal onwards when they sort of perfected the new Floyd sound. But I tell you what is also good is is that concert, which I think is also on Sky Arts, that
not Live in Pompeii.
Well, no, that is great, but no,
that's amazing. That's out of this world.
It's amazing. The drummer, I've forgotten what his name is. What's the drummer called? Nick Mason. Is that concert of old Floyd stuff that he did called?
Yeah, he's just done that recently.
Yeah, it's actually really good. It's really, really good. So I mean, some of the personnel you think, oh no, you think, but no, it's well worth a watch. Watch it later, and you can thank me now.
Thank you.
Cheers, Brett. Let's see if Ellie text. Maybe this will be the last one. Ellie texts, I haven't lost weight. I've gained watching the 2012 and 2016 Olympic. Oh, no, wait. I haven't lost the weight, gained watching the 2012 and 2016 Olympics. So I'm in two minds about the paucity of the BBC coverage this year. For the benefit of your health, Ellie, don't watch any more physical jerks. It's doing you no good at all. So that's where Bodger Johnson's Waffen Squirter 9000 went. It's drenching French people now. At least it's being put to good use. A document dated the 14th of July this year stated the importance of global surveillance on the emergence of new variants of the invisible menace. It said any increase in foreign travel over the summer is of particular concern. And every single person in this country is packing their cozzies in their suitcase. They're all, as with one voice, saying... Bye-bye. Yeah. See you later. In the same document from SPIMO. You know SPIMO? Oh, they do great work. The Scientific Pandemic Influenza Group on Modelling Operational Subgroup, SPIMO. I wonder if they have a robot answer their phones. Has it on tape. Somebody came in and just put it on tape because a real-life human being could not do that job. Hello, you've reached the office of the Scientific Pandemic Influenza Group on Modelling Operational Subgroup, SPIMO.
What number are you calling from?
It states that significant pressures on healthcare could be seen if more normal behaviours following the lifting of many restrictions combined with the return of schools and universities. And schools and universities are about to return. Oh, no. Everything that they've said don't do, we're doing. Meanwhile, restrictions have been lifted. There's an increase in foreign travel. The precise thing they said, don't do it, it ain't worth it.
Warning, warning.
A danger list of countries could see destinations like Spain and Italy suddenly move to the red. Whatever that means. Does anybody know what red means?
No.
I think it means danger. The plans for a new Amber Watch list could ruin the holiday hopes of millions of Britons. Well, those millions of Britons should do what I do. Not go on holiday at all. I shall patriotically stay at home. Maybe take a bracing day at the seaside in my woolens and waterproofs, for I need no sun. I need no warm evenings with the azure waves lapping gently at the shore. I'll sit in the rain with my face to the wind, glorying in the sight of brown surf crashing on shingles in jolly old Blighty. That song doesn't last long enough. Actually, it lasts too long.
Correct.
Yeah, a little bit too long. The Amber Watch list could see holidaymakers warned that while they are abroad, the country that they're in could go straight on the red list. And when they return, all tanned and refreshed, they'll be escorted into some windowless hellhole of a government-approved hotel to eat bits of stale bread and dripping for 2 weeks at a cost of £1,750 each, which will probably be more than what they spent on their actual holiday. Spain and Italy could be put into a new category as soon as next week. And that new category is Amber Plus. This is amid fears of the beta variant, which first emerged in South Africa. Actually, I think it's more to do with the Johnson variant that emerged in Whitehall.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
You know, our actual Transport Secretary is Grant Shapps. Can you believe that?
No.
He used to be a photocopier salesperson, so we're lucky to have him.
Yeah.
Grant Shapps urged people to ignore speculation ahead of decisions next week and to go on holiday anyway. I mean, after all, what could possibly go wrong, apart from you having the worst experience of your life and losing your job because you're taking 4 weeks off, not 2, because you have to isolate, which means that you might lose your house and your marriage might break up. Then your other half will take the kids and half your earnings, and you'll be left penniless and alone for the rest of your life, and all because you listened to Grant Shapps, Transport Secretary. No! One Whitehall source said you'd have to be crackers to book a holiday to a place knowing that it could go on the red list at any moment. Yeah, I think basically you'd have to be crackers to stay at home and crackers to go abroad. Either way, our lives are being controlled by a gremlin that's got wet. Meanwhile, the Treasury has warned ministers to stop messing about with travel. Fishy Sunak said, no, stop messing about. He actually looks like he would talk like that, doesn't he? I don't know what he actually sounds like. What does Fishy Sunak sound like? No. Stop messing about. Yeah, I bet he sounds like that. Fishy Sunak said that ministers should stop messing about with travel. You know, it might come down to this. This is a perfect snapshot where we are at the moment. They might actually stop messing about with travel because they ain't got enough hotel rooms to imprison people in when they get back. You believe that? It might be that there aren't enough hotel quarantine prisons to put everybody up in if Spain and France go on the red list together. So we'll just have to let the virus in whatever form it takes, and hope for the best. Because hoping for the best has gone so well up to now, hasn't it?
No.
Government health advisors are said to be alarmed by the potential for importing COVID infections because that would be repeating the same mistakes that Bodger and his cast of clowns have done multiple times already with catastrophic results. And who would bet against them doing the exact same thing again? SAGE committee papers released on Friday, yesterday, revealed scientists have warned that any increase in foreign travel over the summer is of particular concern. People are already mentally laying their towels on their loungers. They're already, in their minds, picking fights with Germans. They're getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning to scurry outside before they've eaten breakfast to put their towel on a lounger. You know, as though that means anything. Just chuck those towels straight in the swimming pool and take whatever lounger you like. Tell them I said so. Data expert Tim said test and trace figures showed 2.9% of arrivals in England from Spain between July the 1st and the 21st tested positive for COVID. He said, from the data, my analysis is bleak. And you know, 2.9% doesn't sound very much, but it's 1 million people that are going on holiday, which is 29,000 people with the virus when they come back. And 29,000 people will infect 3 people each, and those will infect 3 people, and those will infect another 3, and so on. And in a couple of weeks, you won't be able to get into hospital if you grease your sides and get fired into A&E from a cannon. But don't worry, because government ministers are all over it.
Oh, no.
Ministers this week discussed the traffic light system that governs Britons returning from abroad. You know, traffic lights. The original green, red and amber scheme has already been supplemented. You know, it wasn't confusing enough as it is. Just tell us yes or no. Not yes, no or maybe. But now they've added 2 extra categories. Green, red and amber, not confusing enough. I mean, what's amber mean? It means go but don't go? Now we've got green watch and amber plus, you know, for clarity, to increase comprehension. There's green, green watch, amber, amber plus and red. Understand? A doomsday new COVID variant could kill up to 1 in 3 people, is a realistic possibility, said, according to the government's top scientists. I knew we weren't going to get out of this. I've said for ages now, if you think it's going to be a smooth transition back to normality, you are deluded. Not under this administration. Forget it. Documents issued by the Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies, SAGE, warned that a future strain could be as deadly as MERS. You remember MERS? MERS has a case fatality rate of 35%. I'll just pause and let that sink in for a while. 35% of the people that get MERS die. As opposed to, 1%? Something around there of the invisible menace that we're dealing with catastrophically badly at the moment. Oh my God, can you imagine if it was 35%? I mean, we'd be back in the Stone Age in about 3 months. The elite would have boarded Jeff Bezos' rocket and be sunning themselves on the surface of Mars And meanwhile, the rest of us would be eating bits of brick for breakfast. The Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies said the likelihood of the virus mutating is highest when it's most prevalent, as is currently the case in Britain. And it appears that the country's greater levels of immunity, get this, I mean, how ironic is this? They say that, without explanation, this country's greater levels of immunity, because our vaccine rollout, have you heard about the vaccine rollout? Oh, God, Bodge doesn't half keep going on and on about it. It's almost as though it's the only successful thing he's ever done. It's almost as though it's the only successful thing he's ever done. Well, because it's been so great, apparently, so these experts say, because we have greater levels of immunity, it could help speed up the process of sort of weaponizing this virus. Presumably, I mean, this is a guess on my part, I don't really know, but the only thing I can think of is because we've so many immune people that the virus, that only the strongest type of this virus will survive. The world-beating vaccine rollout could be the death of us. Scientists said Britain should bring in booster vaccine doses over the winter, minimise new variants coming in from abroad, and consider culling animals. OK, here's where it gets interesting. Uh-oh. OK, so let's deal with those in order. I mean, we are sunk because there's millions of people going abroad. Bodger said so. The actual transport secretary said, don't worry about a thing, off you go. Don't forget the sun lotion. If the sun is bound to be shining somewhere. Now, the vaccine uptake in this country is slowing, and we haven't even got to the booster phase yet. And there's no way people are going to offer up their cats to the government, are they? Culling animals. Apparently cats and other pets can harbour the virus. So Tiddles has got to go. Scientists unveiled the threat of a super mutant variant, which sounds like one of those kids' blockbuster films. Super mutant variant. That's what scientists are freaking out about, a super mutant variant. They unveiled the threat in a paper looking at potential scenarios that could emerge in the not-so-distant future. The paper said... They said a future strain could be resistant to vaccines if it came about by the jab-resistant South Africa beta variant combining with the more transmissible Kent Alpha or India Delta variants. If the beta got together with the delta and they had a party with the Kent in a sort of microbial orgy, then it would not only be the least erotic three-way ever, it would be curtains for us all.
Oh, no.
It's about to get worse, potentially, so say experts. So I told you about the future strain that could be more resistant to vaccines if it came about by the jab-resistant South Africa beta variant combining with the more transmissible Kent Alpha or India Delta variants. It gets all hot and squidgy with itself, and up pops something completely different. The prospect of a deadlier variant is a realistic possibility and would have a huge impact on the UK's death toll moving forward, the scientists said. Moving forward? Well, in what other direction does time go? Silly scientists. And experts have warned that the damning report shows the government must not be complacent. Government must not be complacent.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Well, we're screwed then. Dr. Philippa, Vice Chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Coronavirus, which is even harder to say than the Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies, and is even harder to say than the first one, which was... where is it? The Scientific Pandemic Influenza Group on Modelling Operational Subgroup SPIMO. No, actually, that's the most difficult, isn't it? Why do those have to be so difficult? Why can't they just call their organisation Jeff or something? And not GEOFF, because that is just pretentious. Dr. Philippa, Vice Chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Coronavirus, said this report, which should have sent shockwaves through the UK government, was instead quietly snuck out among a glut of reports during parliamentary recess. Well, I'll go to the foot of our stairs. She said, recommendations and comments made by SAGE bring home the simple reality that we have not yet defeated this virus. The UK only donated its first vaccine dose internationally this week. And unless there is a rapid increase in global production through sharing knowledge and technology, it simply will not be possible to vaccinate the world and bring the pandemic to an end. If the vaccine is prevalent anywhere, it's going to come here eventually. She said, without stricter border control measures, we risk importing vaccine-resistant variants, while uncontrolled spread here could lead to yet another UK variant. I mean, did you get the part about the report being snuck out? This regime is just opening everything up because their donors have told them to, and they're just crossing their fingers that it doesn't end up doing for the lot of us. It's like the government is playing Russian roulette with the public. But when it's the government's turn, they hold the gun pointing at us. That's not how the game is played, Bodge. Have you not seen The Deer Hunter? The warnings about variants were scattered in a series of reports unveiled by the Government Advisory Group as part of you'll love this bit, as part of the government's weekly transparency pledge. They transparently put the reports under a pile of other stuff at the bottom of a case that they locked and transparently hid in a hole in the ground for transparency.
Oh, fabulous.
Sage warned that, and here comes the bad bit, if you haven't liked it up to this point, grip onto something firm. It's about to get worse. Sage warned that, are you ready? Culling or animal vaccinating may be needed to prevent them becoming the reservoirs for the virus. They listed dogs, cats, mice, rats and ferrets as animals who are known to have been infected with COVID. Now, we probably don't mind too much about ferrets and rats and mice. It's the dogs and the cats part that what we are concerned about. You know, when Granny has to give up her cats to be officially terminated, or the family dog has to be put in permanent quarantine, then maybe they'll stop calling me up and telling me to leave Boris alone. Now he's doing his best. That might change their minds. What do you think? That's what you call a cut-through issue. When Rover gets a blindfold and the last cigarette, maybe they'll think that, you know what, maybe voting for the funny bloke with the hair off the telly wasn't such a great idea after all. We'll see. 0345 6060 973. Camden. Hello, Claire.
Hi, Nick.
Claire.
I wonder if the current Prime Minister could be liable and sued for overpopulating the planet.
What, personally overpopulating the planet, Bodge?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
How many kids is it you're up to now? No idea.
Because this would be definitely contributing towards the climate change.
Yes,
also.
Exactly. I know. Shamu in number 10 is not doing his best by the planet.
And also, you have to do something. LBC has to do something about this, because in your news bulletins these last few days, you said that people should be advised to restrict their procreating in view. Yeah. Yeah. It was said in the news.
In the news bulletin.
Lately.
That people are going to have to stop their shenanigans.
Yeah, mildly said.
But that was in the news?
Yes.
What was the story, though? I mean, what?
It was just one of the bullets in the bulletin.
Right.
I can't remember.
It said, in other news, stop having sex. Is that what it says? New edict from Priti Patel. Right, well, I had no idea. Thanks for the heads up, Claire. Hey, everybody, keep your hands where we can see them.
Disgusting.
All right, cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. The things you learn on this show. It's educational, isn't it?
No.
Some text from yesterday. John says, what a load of rubbish. Latin lessons. Why get the kids to... what? Oh, this is about Bodger's new initiative to de-elitise Latin. Why the hell would anybody want to waste their time learning Latin, for crying out loud? Well, why the hell would anybody want to go through a university learning Greek fairy stories like Bodger did? I think the reason that people do that is because it demonstrates that they don't need to earn a living. They're so fabulously well off and well connected that they don't need to learn anything that's actually applicable to modern life. So he spent 3 years learning Greek fairy stories, you know, about gods and imps and fairies and, you know, all that nonsense. So they're going to de-elitise Latin. Did you hear about that, Smug?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
John texts, Nick, what a load of rubbish. Latin lessons. Why not get the kids to speak English proper? Says John. Jed texts, Nick, why did you let that man ask the question about a dartboard and Boris and then not let him explain? I'll never get to sleep now. This is a text from yesterday. That bloke looks dreadful. Give yourself a nap, Jed. I know, somebody called in with a joke. What's the difference between Boris Johnson and a dartboard? And we'll never know the answer. Never, ever, ever. Dave says, 20p off a bottle of wine is the best news I've had this year. I knew I did the right thing voting for Brexit. Yeah, that's going to be our Brexit bonus. 20p off a bottle of Australian wine. Isn't that great?
No.
Not really, no. 20p off a bottle of wine. That's all that they've come up with so far. Great. Don't spend it all at once. Chris says, Olympics, they should have the Red Bull Boxcar Challenge. Well, don't give me any ideas. I wouldn't be remotely surprised. I saw the skateboarding. I tweeted about this the other day. I thought, I'll show them. I'll tweet. That'll put them in their place. So I thought, you know, skateboarding. I've seen kids skateboarding, and it doesn't really, it doesn't impress me too much. You see these pale wastrels around the South Bank of London. They're skating and skating and skating and skating, and then they sit down for a smoke. Then they skate some more. And it was just like a waste of time. So I thought, what do the world's best skateboarders look like? It'll probably be fantastic. No, it still looks like nothing. What a waste of time, eh? These are texts from yesterday. There's 4 left. I'll just wipe these up. Chris says, Olympics. Oh, no, I've read that one. I'm already ahead of a schedule. Henry texts, worst Olympic sports, how about peeling an orange with one hand? What's that got to do with anything? No, the worst Olympic sports are usually the team sports. Why is hockey in the Olympics? Why? Hello? Is this thing on? Why is basketball in the Olympics? Why is baseball in the Olympics? Women's baseball. Who wants to see that? I'll tell you who. Nobody. That's who. Underarm bowling. I mean, come on. I mean, ordinary baseball is bad enough. Why is baseball in the Olympics? Skateboarding shouldn't be in the Olympics because it's nothing. What else? Get me a pen and a piece of paper. Jim texts, Australia lacking water. Never mind, apparently they got lots of varieties of wine to see them through.
Booze.
Yeah. Looking forward to all those new varieties that we haven't got yet, like, all those Australian varieties of wine that we don't sell in this country yet, nope, can't think of a thing. Sean says, Nick, if you sweat, it can be an Olympic sport. If you don't, then no. Golf, might as well introduce origami and finger wrestling. Well, like I said, don't give them any ideas. And sweating ain't got nothing to do with it. I break into a sweat getting out of bed. Is that an Olympic sport? York. Hello, Stuart.
Hey up, mate. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
First-time listener.
Good man.
Yeah, I've got my friend here, Lawrence, who's a long-time listener. Lawrence Weston from York. Just wanted to ask you what you thought about whether Brian Clough would have made the best England manager ever.
I've got no idea is the answer to that question.
You're not into football then?
No, I like watching Match of the Day, but it's not
Match of the Day's not football.
Match of the Day's not football. By what measure?
Basically because it's highlights
of
football.
0345 6060 973. First time listener, you say? Roger says, it's winter in August now, but fast forward to the 16th and we'll have 2 glorious weeks of sunshine and 30 degrees centigrade. Rubbish. Well, I'll check while you wait. No, I did the weather yesterday, so I'm not going to do all that again, but I'll just have a little look. Nope. Well, the 16th, my apps, baby, my app doesn't go past the 13th. And the weather in the south of England doesn't go above 69 for the next 2 weeks. Oh, my God. This is the worst summer ever. It is. It's actually the worst summer ever. I mean, we'll get to the middle of August and we haven't had summer yet, which means that, at most, we can expect a couple of days. Even in the best circumstances, if everything goes our way, 2 weeks. Oh... No, it's so unfair.
Stop whining.
Jar tweets, Nick, I thought Amber Plus was a comic book hero, but then I discovered COVID-19. I'm confused. What is going on this show? I have no idea. Maybe this bloke can tell me. East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah. Are you well?
Yes.
Good. Slight sidetrack, seeing as you got onto the Olympics. What really worries me is, have you seen that they've now got mixed swimming relays and mixed triathlons?
Yeah.
So if they expand this thing, we're going to have men's basketball, women's basketball, and mixed basketball, and women's football, men's football, mixed football.
Yeah, this is so silly. What's the point of that? Just have the sports. Stop adding to the sports. The Olympics should be gladiatorial skills. It should be fighting and survival skills. That's what the Olympics should be about.
I mean, even worse, you could end up with mixed hockey, but the only good thing I could see is if they brought in mixed wrestling. That could be interesting.
Yeah, and you know what really, really shouldn't be part of the Olympics, the Olympic Games? Horse mincing. I mean, that's the silliest thing I've ever seen in my life. Horse mincing is an Olympic sport. How is that possible?
It's very upper class. They can't take that away.
Exactly. I mean, who can afford their own bloomin' horse apart from Nadim Zahawi?
Yeah, et al. But anyway, what I really rang up about was you were on about COVID to start with. And Norway has had 1/4 of our economic damage, 1/10 of our deaths, and they are increasing restrictions until they're certain as to what's going to happen with the Delta variant.
Yeah, well, they're not being led by a clown off the telly with hair.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
They have an actual, real, proper leader, as opposed to, this catastrophic clown show that we got going on in this country.
My sort of second point was I've got absolute proof now that Priti Patel and the cabinet are insane. because Einstein said if you keep doing the same thing and expect a different result, it's a sign of insanity.
Right.
And we're about to embark on another drugs war.
Oh, God.
This has been tried all over the world again and again.
What, did I miss this news? Another drugs war? What?
Another war on drugs. She's announced now that she wants the police to arrest and fine anyone with any amount of illegal substance, whatever, even if it's only for personal use. And she wants the police to arrest them as though they haven't got enough to do and fine them because they're starting another war on drugs.
Oh, for God's sake. I missed that story. Was that today?
It was day before yesterday.
A day before yesterday. Is this Prissy Patel?
Yes, Prissy Patel again.
Oh, my God. She keeps saying things that she thinks her fans are going to love and has absolutely no intention of following through, as Bodger does with his blooming chain gangs. That's not going to happen either.
No, he's going to keep wearing his fluorescent stuff.
Oh, God, yeah. He's addicted to the dressing up box. They're going to start another war on drugs.
Want to score some pot?
We take more illegal drugs in this country than any other nation on earth. I think you'll find that that's probably right. I mean, per head of population, no one takes more drugs than we do. How's the war on drugs going, by the way?
Fabulous.
Yeah, just keep doing the same thing that hasn't worked over and over because, great success will eventually come your way.
So COVID, we should look at Norway. Drugs, we should look at Portugal. But, oh, no, we've got Boris and Prissy.
Yeah. Well, see, they're only saying things that they think that their fans are going to love. They don't have any intention of doing any of this. All of that I'm gonna stuff. It's just red meat to the fans, to get the fans to think about something other than their ruined futures, their dead relatives, and the catastrophic response to this and every other calamity that has come their way. It's distraction bombs. Once again, it's what would Donald Trump do?
Everything that I've done is 100% proper. That's what I do, is I do things proper.
They just think, what would the screaming Mimi do? And then they just do that.
Oh, shut up!
Exactly. Yeah, like this entire country is now a bunch of dinglings. Half the country's joined a cult, and they're just desperate for some other piece of red meat, some bone get chucked out the out of the window, something for them to sick on. And certain individuals are pointing out at sea, oh my God, there's another dinghy.
I'm a nutcase.
And that makes the fans all riled up and excited, and the prospect of drug takers, kill them all. I bet she's already expressed on television her desire to go back to capital punishment. And she was taken apart on TV by that bloke off Have I Got News For You and made to look absolutely ridiculous. And Boris Johnson thought, yeah, she looks ridiculous. I'll make her a member of my cabinet. Good idea, Bodge.
Talking about chucking bones, Nick, there's a senior Tory MP called Bone that could do to chuck into the dogs as well.
Yeah. All right, thanks a lot, Mike. Now I'm really depressed. 0345 6060 973. Well, I'll look that story up. I can't believe I missed that. She's going to revivify the war on drugs because it's going so well so far. This country has jumped the shark. Alan texts, do you think that the PM and Carrie's new baby will be called Dominic? 0345 6060 973. Alexandra Palace. Hello, Bill.
Hello.
Bill.
Nick.
Yes, Bill.
How are you, sir?
I'm great, mate.
Good. What other language you speak, if I may ask?
Say that again?
What other language you speak, if I may ask?
Other language? I barely speak English.
Fair enough. Point taken. Not a band.
Is that it?
No. I was trying to talk to you about because a few audience before me, they were talking about Latin.
Yes.
And is your wish, as much as the government's, to scrap them?
What?
I understood from your conversation with a couple of people there that they're trying to scrap the Latin from the education.
No, other way around. They're spending a whole £4 million on pretending to be interested in the plight of the educational achievement of the poor.
Okay, point taken. Sorry, I'm very sorry. I misunderstood then.
Right. Do you think that Boris will get a new nickname or tag now? It's possible that he may get back on the job or stay on the... It's a little... That's a little indelicate, I think, Craig. I can't believe it got all the way through to me. Alan texts, "Hi, Nick. Do you think PM and Carrie's new baby will... I've read that one already. Scott says, "How lovely of the government not to require jab proof for university kids. Oh, hang on, never met a student yet who doesn't go clubbing." Well, that's true. They're all having a party. Jill texts, "Hello, Nick. We went on our staycations to Anglesey. Went for a swim and got stung by a jellyfish. You don't get that in the Med. Send the bodger in for a dip." I think you probably do get stung by jellyfish on the Mediterranean, don't you? Bound to. I mean, they live in the sea. So she went to Anglesey, wherever that is. What do you want to do that for? Let's have Gunjan, Richmond.
Hi, Nick. How are you doing?
Good, thanks. Yes, very good.
Yeah, I was just speaking to your colleague, and I just said, that now in the Olympics you see all different types of games, especially we say baseball. And
baseball, yeah. What's baseball doing in the Olympic Games? What is baseball doing in the Olympic Games? It's ridiculous.
So
tennis. Why is
cricket?
tennis in the Games?
Yeah, why is it they don't have cricket then? It's the same thing, isn't it? They got a bat, they got a ball.
Yeah, it is. It's just as boring, and it shouldn't be in the Olympic Games either. And neither should football. What's football doing in the Olympic Games, for crying out loud? We got Novak Djokovic. The Olympics are supposed to be, I mean, I know it isn't, but it's supposed to be amateur. How is one of the richest athletes on earth an amateur competing in the Olympic Games?
Don't know.
No, I don't know. I mean, next it'll be motor racing, for crying out loud. Which, by the way, isn't a sport, it's a pastime, motor racing. Not a sport, pastime. The car's doing all the work, I do believe.
So have they got skateboard games now in Olympics?
Yeah, they do. Yeah. Skateboarding is part of the Olympics, if you can believe that.
We get a lot of people in Richmond practicing that, so they can attempt for that, isn't it?
Yeah, right. Skateboarding in Richmond. Worst sounding sport ever. Those kids should have those skateboards taken off them and crushed. I'm right, aren't I?
Oh, you make me laugh. Well, nice to hear you and speak to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Gunjan. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. I mean, if you're over the age of, I don't know, what should we say, 17? And past the year 1979, then you should not be skateboarding. If you find yourself after 1979 and post 17 years old, then you should be doing something else. Those BMX things where they all go around at the same time, that was pretty good. I like that. I think I was talking about this yesterday. It reminds me of snowboard cross at the Olympic Winter Games. Very, very good. In fact, it's one of the most exciting new-ish sports I've seen in a long time. Snowboard cross, fantastic. It's about 6 people all go on snowboards at the same time and have a fight as they fall down the mountain. Brilliant. Caroline texts, kind of wish I was in Australia or New Zealand right now. They don't mess about when it comes to their biosecurity. No, they don't. Which is why they've had hardly any deaths. We, on the other hand, have had one of the worst responses to this virus on Earth. I wonder why.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Almost as though hiring a clown to run a country is not a good idea. Who'd have thunk? Let's have Scunthorpe. Hello, Tim.
Hey, how you doing, Nick?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, Olympic sports, Tim. Nick, I'm just thinking, I heard the other day air rifle. Now, I'm not wishing to sort of don people who like the hobby, and I say hobby because look, that is not a sport. And as far as I'm concerned, I mean, well, I'm ex-army, so I know what it's like to be pulling triggers on proper weapons, and I would regard that as a sport because you've got long ranges, you're outdoors, you've got windage to consider, and there's a recoil and there's a skill.
Plus, it's gladiatorial combat. I mean, I know it's not ancient Greek, but it's the same thing as a bow and arrow.
Yeah, but I've been to these clubs though, Nick, where they do the air rifle. I'm not being funny here, but imagine there was this chap who sort of turned up to the desk, and I want to say desk, it was a platform, and it was all looking around, sort of looking at his colleagues and things, and then he set his equipment up and he lined it up. By the time he'd finished, about 20 minutes later, he had this rig set up with his rifle, and it was all loaded and gassed up, and then all you hear is he pulled the trigger and it went like that, and not the machinery, Nick, what I'm saying, did the work. It's like it was almost like you put these bits into a drill and then you sort of pull the plug down and it perfectly, hits the spot you'd measured out on you. I mean, look, Nick, these are, to me, it's not in the theme of a sport. And I know we should disrespect anybody who has that as a hobby, but that is hobby. Whereas I think if you go to an actual range or you take part in some of these multi-triathlon things, where they do the running and then they
that is proper
10-mile bike ride.
Right, that's proper survival stuff. It's hunting.
Yeah, exactly. So I just thought I'd raise that. And I want to ask one more thing, mate.
And another thing. Yeah.
Did you ever get yourself sorted out? You had that cough, because something happened to me the other day. I'm on the other side. I said, that was Nick. I did the same bloody thing. It was when you walked past this building site or something. All that.
No, I was doing my patriotic duty, and I went to the dump with some bricks that were just hanging about the place, and I put them in the receptacle for rubble. And I dumped them in there, and this cloud of white something or other came back at me, and I felt like I'd inhaled like sandpaper for about a month.
Yeah. Well, that's how it was last time I spoke to you, Nick, and you said you're going to get checked out because I think you're a bit foggy. Well, I did the same thing to myself the other day, but I checked to make sure it wasn't like asbestos and stuff because you can't be too careful with all this kit. But as long as you're all right, mate, I just thought I'd ask that because it's a long time since I spoke to you. And,
all right. I'm survived so far. Thanks for asking. Cheers, Tim. 0345 6060 973. I did work for a day with asbestos a long time ago when I was much, much stupider. It's after I left the uni and I went to this, it's like a temp agency. They send you to offices and such. Boring! And they said, we'll send you around to the coal board, which used to be in an office in Victoria, like around there, just opposite Buckingham Palace. The back end of, the wall of Buckingham Palace was right there. It was in the coal board. It was in the basement there, and they had all these asbestos tiles, about sort of 2 foot by 1.5 foot, something like that, and they're just piled up. And we had to take them, me and this other bloke from Europe somewhere, a couple of morons who just took on this job at minimum wage, a couple of £1 an hour. You got to take all of these asbestos sheets and you got to put them in a skip. That's your task. I'll leave you to it, said this bloke, who then disappeared quick sharp. And within about 5 minutes, we were operating in a thick cloud of dust. I always wonder whether that's actually going to come around and do for me in the end, because that sort of thing takes a good long while to kick in, doesn't it? I mean, we could barely see each other. There was so much dust in there, and I raised a finger of complaint to the bloke who gave us the job, and I said, "Shouldn't we be wearing masks?" And he said, "Oh, no, don't worry about that. This is the safe asbestos." Is there such a thing? Oh, my God. Anyway, Craig emails. I used to have a job when I had to go to Europe and the USA a lot. If I never have to stay in a hotel or a motel again, I'd be a very happy person. It gets boring quickly. Yes, it does. And the poor people who are coming back, having gone to a country that they thought was on the green list, and they get surprise. Now you get to stay in a windowless room, eating bits of dried bread and water out the out of the sink in the bathroom. for 2 weeks at a cost larger than the amount that you just spent on your actual holiday. Well, I guess you'd be disappointed. Julie says, Ali G should take back control of the craziness and installed as an emergency Prime Minister tonight. Well, I think somebody has got to... Tom tweets, listening to your show last night, it struck me that the same people berating Nicola Sturgeon... 1,003... I'll read that later. Kaz says, the traffic system is more like yes, no, maybe very soon, maybe not soon, or actually tomorrow, or go next week if you're lucky, but return later today if you're unlucky. Yeah, that's about right, yeah. Yeah, that's about right. Is that confusing?
No.
Of course not. It's very, very clear. The government is transparent. Like sheets of steel. Right. Tanya says, Spain has already overtaken England in vaccination rollout, have they? I know it was close. Yeah, that world-beating vaccination rollout, we're not going to last for long. And even if it did, wouldn't make never mind. Because unless the whole world is vaccinated, unless we start sharing alike instead of bursting into the tuck shop and hogging all the goods, bodger, until we stop doing that, then we're not safe. We'll never be safe. And another exciting variant will be coming our way soon. Let's have a call in Notting Hill. Sharif, don't like
Hello.
it. Yes, sir.
How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
I tell you what, I'm probably going to be shot down right now for saying what I'm going to say now. But get the gun ready. I'm surprised. Does Boris Johnson do anything other than procreate?
I wish I knew that you were going to say that, because I'd just taken a sip of coffee.
It seems as if the whole country is dying. Everyone's dead all over the place and stuff. But he still has time to just continually spewing out more Johnson.
Yeah, he's repopulating the country.
Thank you. Well, he's trying to make up for the fact that he's killed the rest of us.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe this is what people mean by when they say the Great Replacement. He's replacing us all with his own progeny.
Oh my God! Honestly, it amazes me. Absolutely amazes me. It's just, and you know exactly what's going on with that. They've told us now what's happened with their child, and obviously, I'm a father, so I understand. I'm really upset that obviously she lost. She had a miscarriage and stuff, but it's their timing of the way it's that they just put this stuff out there at the right time, just to work with the media. And it's just like, it's so like
orchestrated. It's also orchestrated.
Of course it is. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah. Thank you. It's very. I don't know what to do with it. And yet we lap this stuff up. We just lap it up, and it's like we got this homunculus moron keeps procreating.
I'm waiting for his eyes to start straying. I bet Bodger's eyes have started to stray already, eh, Bodge?
Yeah. Wait.
Because it's not like he hasn't got a history of that. I mean, I'm amazed that he's been able to be honest, legal, decent, and true up to this point. I bet he hasn't. I would bet money that he hasn't. I would bet money that in the next year, then he'll have wandering eye syndrome. Betcha.
See, Nick, I've got a friend of mine that works in newspapers, and he's telling me, right, that unofficially...
Wait a minute, wait. Are you about to say something slanderous?
No, just about how many children he's got.
Oh, 10, 12, 105.
About 18.
Yeah, does he count them by the dozen? What an horrific thought.
I know.
He's out producing everybody. Come on, people. You're going to have to...
Nick, I would never say anything slanderous.
You're going to have to make more of an effort.
Oh, God, help me. Yeah. Honestly. I've just had enough of it. It's ridiculous. I mean, I was pinged. I keep getting pinged left, right, and centre every time I walk down the road now, on my phone.
Yeah.
And stuff. And I'm self-isolating. I'm going to spend the rest of my life self-isolating.
Yeah.
But he doesn't want to self-isolate because apparently he's on a pilot scheme.
Yeah, sure he is. Yeah, he was on a pilot scheme until his fans said, and then he thought, okay, just this once. Next time I won't tell you.
That's it. And fishy Sunak, as you say. God help us all. Honestly, I've just had enough. It's a pleasure talking to you. I'll leave you to it.
All right, thanks a lot, Sharif. 0345 6060 973. He's had enough. He's thinking, right, that's it. I'm leaving. Michelle says, I'm on the Isle of Wight in the middle of summer and I'm cold. I should be in France with my family. Thanks, Johnson's COVID variant. Can't think about a new super variant. It's too much, says Michelle. Hey, Michelle.
Stop whining.
Yeah, to be in France. Oh, wouldn't that be marvellous? Where the weather is warm. Let's have a call in York. Jan.
Hello, Nick.
Hello, Jan.
How are you?
Great, mate.
Good. Now then, I've never been bothered about going abroad, really. And God, I'm pleased about that now. I don't know how anybody can be bothered with all that faffing about, do you?
Oh, so much faffing.
Exactly.
But have you never been abroad?
I haven't.
Oh,
I'm
come
so
on.
boring.
You must have done. You're lying to me.
No, I'm not. No, never been abroad. I haven't got a passport.
Wow.
Do I sound boring?
No, not at all. You sound patriotic.
Yeah.
Why would anybody want to leave these shores? You've got absolutely everything here apart from the weather.
Exactly. Well, that was good a fortnight ago.
Oh, please.
It was lovely and warm.
Nonsense.
Well, it was too hot.
A couple of days.
It was too hot.
Oh, don't even, Jan, or I'll get very cross with you. Too hot? No such thing.
It was up here. I don't know what it was like down there.
It was mildly pleasant for about 5 minutes.
No, it was really hot up here.
Rubbish.
It was. But that's the thing. There are plenty of good places in England to go to, aren't there?
Of course there are. And Wales.
I mean,
Wales is spectacular. Yeah. Scotland is off the scale fabulous.
Yeah. What about Yorkshire?
Well, Yorkshire's in England. I mean, I like Yorkshire a lot. Yorkshire Sculpture Park, I'd like to go back there again. The Moors, Ilkley Moor.
Yeah.
You should never go up Ilkley Moor without...
Bartat.
Bartat is the right answer.
Yep. And then you've got the Peak District.
You're a woman who knows her onions.
I do, yeah. Something else I've just thought of. Wasn't Johnson complaining a couple of months ago that he couldn't manage on his money?
Yeah, complaining.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Well, yeah, he said he can't afford to do this job. He gets paid 150 grand a year.
Surely he shouldn't be adding to his brood then, should he?
Exactly.
Yeah,
there's a man who's completely out of control. I mean, every urge is attended to immediately. He's this giant ball of need.
He'll be putting in for a rise, won't he, shortly, I would imagine.
Well, there was this article in the Financial Times about where the Conservative Party gets his money. He's going to be just fine. He'll be he'll make in about 1 week after he leaves office. I bet he'll make about as much as most people in this country earn in 20 years.
Yeah.
I bet you.
It's blooming annoying, isn't it?
It's beyond annoying, Jan.
Yeah, I know.
It's him and every single one of them should be in jail.
Yeah, I think so too. It's terrible.
But what can you? What can you do apart from persuade people not to make the same mistake again?
Well, and another thing. Yeah, I'm with you on the emojis. Ridiculous little things, aren't they?
Yeah. Stop communicating in cartoons, people.
Yeah. I mean, you can't tell what they are anyway.
You can't tell what they are anyway. They're little yellow dots, invisible to the naked eye. You got to get a microscope out to see what mood that your the sender is in.
Ridiculous, I think.
Well, I think so too, Jan.
Good.
I think so. I think so more than you. So
all right, Okay.
All right, thanks a lot,
All
Jan.
right.
Cheers, my
Okay.
dear. Ta-da, 0345 6060 973. Yeah, did you see this about the Tory party funds? Well, I mean, you know that the party is utterly reliant on billionaires. Huge donations. That's where they get their money, and they get so much money. And the right-wing press have the nerve to say that the Labour Party is in the pockets of the unions. I've said this before. The unions may give the majority of the money that the Labour Party gets. They'll be their biggest donors, no doubt. But the unions represent the interests of millions of people. Billionaires represent the interests of one person, themselves. Which party are you going to vote for? The party that gets its money from millions of people, or the party that gets its money from a handful of people? Which do you think would be acting in your best interests? And the country was asked this last time, and they gave the wrong answer. Never mind. I suppose they knew what they were voting for. John says, hey Nick, just wondering what Professor Useless Neil Ferguson would advise if a greater mortality variant appeared. Chainers to our beds, probably. Lol. He didn't say probably, he said lol. I just didn't want to say lol. But then, I thought I'd shame him by reading it out loud. Lol. Lol. Are you 12? Lol. Caroline says, bet the super mutant ninja variant will be called Omicron. Omicron. What's that? Is that something that I should be aware of? I bet I'll ask my glamorous assistant. She won't be listening. What's Omicron?
Apparently, it's to do with the variant. I am listening.
Is it? Right, see, now it sounds like you're threatening me. It's something to do with the variant. Isn't this an educational show?
No.
No idea what you're talking about, Caroline. Let's have Regent's Park. Hello, Vance.
Hi, Nick. Lots of people have been phoning in to say that Boris is just doing his best.
Yes.
Right? Well, I agree with them. I completely agree with them.
Yeah.
If you look at his presidency of the Oxford Union when he was an undergraduate, there was nothing remarkable, nothing dynamic that he did once he became president. And in fact, his biographer, Sonia Purnell, suggests that for him, the prize was in winning the post. And once he'd done that...
Didn't know what to do with it.
He didn't know what to do with it.
I think he has the same approach to women.
I think he does. On another issue, I agree with you too, actually. You called him a bundle of need, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, when he was president of the Oxford Union, his glamorous girlfriend, Allegra, made sure that the staff at the Oxford Union had a bottle of Tippex whenever there was a debate, so that when Boris turned up to chair the debate, they could Tippex over his dinner stains on his white shirt so that the audience would not notice the dinner stains. And this is fact. I mean, this is in Sonia's biography of the man, and she knew him from, times in Oxford.
Well, I could just listening to that, I could do with a couple of pints of Tippex right now, as a matter of fact. Booze.
Yeah. Anyway, I thought I'd just let you know.
I agree with you, Vance. I think he probably is doing his best. Isn't that alarming?
Yeah. Isn't that scary?
Yeah. All right, good work. Thanks, Vance. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, he's all about the chase, and then once he's got it, he's like, oh, okay, I'm bored now. David says, I'm no fan of the government's COVID policies, but stop dumbing down the travel traffic light system. Red equals hotel quarantine. Amber equals isolated home unless vaccinated. Green equals no restriction. Read the detail, and it is simple, says David. No, David, because there's been additions. It's not green, amber, and red anymore. As confusing and as illogical as it's seemed. I mean, what's amber, for crying out loud? You either can go to a country or you can't. Pick one. But now we've got green, green watch, amber, amber plus, and red. Clear?
No.
Not really. read the detail and it is simple. I've just read the detail, David. It's not simple. It's so confusing, just like everything else that they say. You can go about without masks now, but please wear masks. Everything is opened up, but please exercise caution. Yeah, exercise caution to about something that you can't see. Yeah, good idea, Bodge. It's so vague so as to give them an out. For if the infections start rising again, if the death toll starts going up, and if a new variant comes in because they've opened the borders and they've allowed people to go in and out without impediment, then they can blame us for not listening to their clear instructions. It'll be our fault. Jim says, Nick, it's all right for you. You can go to the foot of your stairs. I can't. I live in a bungalow. What does that phrase mean? I know what it literally means, but why do people say that? Well, I'll go to the foot of our stairs. Why would you do that? I mean, you would go to the foot of your stairs in order to climb them, but why would that be relevant to what it is that made you say that in the first place? I mean, it's an expression of astonishment, isn't it? Well, I'll go to the foot of our stairs. It's not an expression of anger. It's just, it's like, what? Really? But I don't know why it would indicate that what you would have to do is go to the foot of your stairs. Why would you do that? What, to look up? And what about people who live in bungalows? Has anybody ever thought of them?
No.
Darby, Lisa. Oh, Lisa?
Hello?
Yes, Lisa.
Hello. I just want to... Let me just turn Alexa off.
Turn Alexa off. Alexa, turn off.
She's gone. Hey up me duck.
Yes?
I just want to pick up on the Brian Clough issue.
Ah, that whole Brian Clough issue. Yes, very important. Go
yeah.
ahead.
I thought, yes, it's very important, and I thought you dismissed Blokey earlier on a bit too soon, really.
I flicked his ear and sent him on his way.
You did. So I thought, in his defence, I'd phone you back.
Right.
First-time caller.
Yeah.
What I want to say is LBC is very, very influential.
Is it?
I think so.
Not during the hours of 10 and 1 on Friday, Saturday and Sunday night, it's not.
Well, I think you can be influential all the time.
Ah, 24 hours a day, yeah.
Yes. And I think that LBC, whether it was you or another presenter...
Yeah, it wasn't me. I ain't done nothing. It weren't me, miss.
You ain't done nothing yet, mate. What I think LBC need to be looking at is asking for Brian Clough to be posthumously presented with the award of the best England manager they've never had.
Right. Well, that's a good idea.
Right, so crack on, love.
Yeah. All right, leave that with me, Lisa, and I'll do that straight away.
Great, thank you.
Another satisfied customer. What the hell was that about? I have got no idea what's going on, and this is my own show. Can you believe that?
Yes.
George tweets, Spimo. Sounds like the kind of name that Boris Johnson would give to one of his copious progenies. Spimo. It's probably something that's rude, and I shouldn't be repeating it over and over again. I have got no idea what that means. Alexandra says, call me a mad cat lady if you like. Alexandra, you're a mad cat lady. She says, but I will never serve my cats up to this regime's desperation. My cats are innocent. My cats are clean, and I will gladly be incarcerated at the Queen's pleasure, says Alexandra. Yeah, sorry about this, but Bodgers has screwed it all up again, and we're going to have to kill your dog. And your cat. I mean, if anything is guaranteed to turn people off the Bodge and his catastrophic clown show that's going on at number 10, It's people having to give up their pets to be executed because they are carriers of COVID. I mean, you can just wipe out that Tory majority. They'll never get a vote from anybody ever again. Particularly their fan base, which is retirees. It's retirees that have brought us Brexit and retirees that brought us a Boris Johnson government. I want you to pay attention to that fact, kids. It's not young people that voted for the Conservatives or voted for Brexit. It's old people. As in people who are retired, not economically active. Those are the people that are responsible. Just keep that in mind, kids, next time, the family sits around the dinner table. Tanya texts, if the Beta gets together with the Delta, then we'll have a world-beating Belter variant. There's something to look forward to. It'll be a belter. That'll give Bodger something to crack a joke about. Oh, isn't he lovely? Ugh. Humberside, Bruff.
Hi, Nick.
Yes, Bruff. I mean, Derek. You're in Bruff. You're in Bruff, and your name is Derek. Yes.
I didn't know it was a football phone in this way, but there you go.
Yes, we're going to be playing Spot the Ball a little bit later. Oh, there it is.
Right. Yeah, that should be good. Yeah, what's Pretty Patel going to be doing about these variants coming over here and mutating?
She's going to push them back out to sea, let them drown.
I think she should bring the Navy in and sink these things. I think she's a disgrace. She should be using the Navy, sinking these things with all these variants on. Right. And what's Nigel Farage going to say about these variants coming over here?
Coming over here. Yeah.
Eh?
They're
and the other thing,
swarming in. Ain't that right, Nigel?
I'm a nutcase.
Mm-hmm.
And what about these booster jabs? Surely they're going to make these variants even harder and tougher. And we're going to end up with a super mutant, which is going to take half the population out.
Yeah.
But let's just hope it takes the right half out.
There'll be, yeah, that's right. Yeah, there'll be skinhead variants of the virus, which will be, they'll have their cherry red Doc Martens on and braces.
Yeah. No, now look, they'll probably leave the non-Brexit, the Brexit voting population intact, and the rest of us will be the ones that go.
Right. Yeah. No doubt. Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot, Derek. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. James says, in other news, in my supermarket, wine is sold at £5, £6 and £7 a bottle. If the cost is reduced by 20p, it's not going to come off the price. It's going to go into the pockets of the importers or the supermarkets. That's right. The supermarket isn't going to pass on a 20p saving on a bottle of wine because it don't make never mind. I mean, the price of wine's gone through the roof anyway. And even if they did pass on 20p per bottle of wine from this new huge and tremendous trade deal that we just negotiated with Australia that will kick in 15 years, the savings in 15 years, it'll improve our wealth by 0.01%. That's actually true. In 15 years, the wealth of the nation will have gone up by 0.01% because of this huge and tremendous trade deal that we just organised with Australia.
Oh, fabulous.
20p off a bottle of wine. Big blooming deal. Hey, I just went into the supermarket the other day expecting empty shelves, and it was a bit bare. I have to say, they weren't empty exactly until I got to the spirits section, which was virtually bereft of spirits. They didn't have any tequila at all.
What?
Lauren emails, Nick, your Fishy Sunak impression sounds like Alan Carr. I don't think I actually know what Alan Carr sounds like. He says, or she, sexist, says, also, if the Rolling Stones managed to dodge COVID, then surely the majority of us are safe. Are you kidding? Keith Richards could kill anything on sight. Nothing can do for Keith Richards. I mean, the amount of drugs and
booze
that's gone through his system, nothing could survive. I mean, if he's not dead yet, so I think he's actually become immortal. He's like a god. A rhythm-playing god. Jamie emails, I studied Latin for 5 years and did the O-level in 1982. I spent as much time revising it as I did the other 9 O-levels put together. I can't remember a sentence of that text now, says Jamie. A total waste of time. And if I had allocated that time to other O-levels, I would have gotten much better grades, although I did pass all of them bar French. I wish I had learnt computer programming, says Jamie.
Correct.
Yeah. Because that's where the money is. Computers.
Affirmative.
Robots. Such like that. Yeah, what a waste of time. Latin. What do you want to do that for? On that subject, Nick emails, rather than teaching kids Latin, how about teaching the kids to speak English properly? Not every sentence has to start with so. But, you know, I've noticed that ministers, because they get picked on a daily basis, and one of them has to go out and explain how Boris Johnson's not a criminal. No, they say. The evidence that you see before you is it's a mirage. This is not the evidence you're looking for. You know, that Jedi mind trick that they all try. But they all start the sentence with so, all of them. I mean, and you know that if somebody starts a sentence with so, everything they say after that is disseminating misinformation. Liar! It's a tell. I'd love to play poker with each and every one of them. Whenever they answer a question with the word so, that means that everything they're about to say afterwards is a lie. Watch for it on a television near you soon. I guarantee that that's true. I owe your money back. This offer is not available. Always read the label. Anyway, there's more. Nick emails, rather than teaching the kids Latin, how about teaching the kids to speak English properly? Not every sentence has to start with so. Not everything is obvious. That's the other thing. That's the other thing that I notice that people do. They say, you know, obviously, I worked in the lorries for 2 years. How is that obvious? I've only just met you. I know nothing about you at all, and you're telling me that something about you that I have no knowledge of is obvious. How is that obvious? So I'm with you so far, Nick. Let's see where else this goes. It says, not everything is literal. Yeah, I literally exploded. No, you didn't. Impact is not a verb. Okay, and in it is not a real word. Oh, well, there we have to part, I'm afraid, Nick, because in it is a real word. In it. 0345 6060 973. Alex texts, breakdancing in the Olympics! Exclamation mark, like he's shouting at me. No, it's not 1980. Breakdancing. It's bad enough that they got skateboarding. It'll be dancing on roller skates next. It's a no from me. No. And furthermore...
No.
Pandora tweets, sweating, better not Prince Andrew. I vaguely recall saying something about sweat. Oh, if you sweat, it's a sport. If you don't, it's not. Which I think is, I mean, that's... If you sweat, it's not necessarily a sport, but if you don't sweat, it isn't a sport. Let's put it like that. And what it has to do with Prince Andrew, I have no idea, other than he got his sweat glands shot off in the war. Tragedy. Let's have Lewisham. Hello, Jane.
Hello, Nick.
Jane.
Your bosses have got to realise that Brexit is best. But we haven't got Brexit. We've got
Brexit's best for what?
It's best for Europeans. It's best for us. It's best for everyone.
It's probably...
And they have to realise...
But what do you mean by best? I don't know why I'm asking you, because you don't really know, do you?
Yes, I do.
OK, then.
Yes, I do. Listen, if we had a full Brexit, everybody would be better off, but we've got Bodger.
I know what a full breakfast... I know what a full breakfast is, but what's a full Brexit?
Where everything was sorted completely. But don't worry, because you've got the realistsparty.co.uk. And do you know what?
No.
We stood against Bodger in Uxbridge and South Ruislip. So you can blame all this onto the people of Uxbridge and South Ruislip.
Yeah, well, having spent 4 years in Uxbridge and South Ruislip, I think they have got a lot to answer for.
Yes. A lot. But anyway, just keep it in mind.
I most certainly will do nothing of the sort. Thanks a lot, Jane. Hey, the good people of Wales voted for Brexit in large numbers. It was overwhelming. And Wales is heading for a new era of austerity. Why? Because of Brexit. This is in the Financial Times. Wales is heading for a new era of austerity after losing £375 million a year in EU economic aid because of Brexit. This is the Welsh Economy Minister, Vaughan Gething. He told the Financial Times that while much funding from Brussels would end this financial year, following the UK's departure from the EU, the government in London had yet to allocate replacement support as promised. Wow. What a completely surprising development. That Ramonas, such as myself, have been predicting for about 5 years now. All 3 UK devolved administrations face significant cuts to their incomes after Brexit ended the flow of EU money. But I suppose they know what they voted for. The difference between them, of course, is that Wales is the only one that gleefully voted to leave the European Union. And they did know what they were voting for. They were voting to become poorer. OBVs. Prime Minister Boris Johnson has promised to match the shortfall in EU funding for Wales and Scotland and Northern Ireland after Brexit. And when has the Prime Minister ever let anybody down? Groovy. Oh, damn it, it's wrong one. Not groovy, goofy. When has the Prime Minister ever let anyone down? Apart from all the time. EU structural funds ended in December this year. The government plans to replace the EU money with what they call a shared prosperity fund. Yeah, that's right, because they're all about sharing the prosperity. Shared prosperity fund is worth £1.5 million annually, but the government has yet to outline how it will work. Well, let's imagine how it might work. It'll probably work like this. They'll employ a company, let's say Burco. Burco will distribute the money, and an accounting firm, let's call it OI. They'll oversee the fund. There'll be consultants, of course. We'll be needing about 10,000 of them at £4,000 a day, and a scheme that will be outsourced to a personal friend of the regime, and it's gone. Sorry, no more money.
What?
Yeah, the money was distributed in accordance with the rules, and no details will be released because it would be impertinent to ask for them.
Be polite!
Now, please move along, or Prissy Patel will put you in a chain gang. You'll be working on the highways and byways and wearing a frown, and all day long you'll work so hard till the sun is going down.
Rock and roll!
Here's an indication of where this is going. Don't be surprised. You voted for this. A pilot scheme and precursor for the Shared Prosperity Fund, the Community Renewal Fund, worth £220 million, and which covers all UK regions, is in place for the current financial year. £220 million for all UK regions. Wales is going to get £10 million. A huge drop in 1 year, says the Welsh Economy Minister, Vaughan Gething. Previously, European money paid for more than 5,000 apprenticeships a year, and almost half of the £181 million Wales Business Fund, which supports small businesses. Yeah, but the good people of Wales don't want that EU money, because that money is socialist surrender money. They expect that the Conservative administration will make up the difference and support Wales. Meanwhile, in Northern Ireland, Finance Minister Conor Murphy in March said he'd spent £42.5 million of the region's budget to fund economic development programmes, which was formally paid for by the EU. The UK's replacement fund still falls far short of its EU predecessor, he told Parliament. Northern Ireland, they continue to receive some EU money through the Peace Plus project. There's €1 billion in that. It's a project to promote peace and prosperity in Ireland. Multi-year projects approved before 2021 can claim back money from Brussels for another 3 years, so they'll have money coming in. The Welsh, Scottish and Northern Ireland governments previously had a central role in allocating EU funds. They dictated where the money went because, local people know where the money is needed. And do you think that the government is going to continue with that?
No.
Of course they aren't. Of course they aren't. Emergency powers bringing control of money back under the control of Boris Johnson is what's happening. Under legislation passed by Westminster last year, the UK government now controls regional governments' spending. They can bypass the regional government's wishes, despite spending in policy areas having been so-called devolved since 1999. So the money that they used to receive from the EU, that local politicians would decide where it went, where it would be best spent, that's out. Now you will get a small dribble, a little amount, and the government will tell you where it's going. But, I suppose you knew what you were voting for, Wales. Before Brexit, Wales was the biggest recipient of EU funds, receiving twice as much as Scotland and 4 times as much as Northern Ireland. I mean, it's actually sad. Vaughan Gething said, we have an agreement on how we wanted to use that money, that EU money, to support the economy, skills and innovation. What is the strategy and purpose behind the current UK government approach? He's the Welsh economy minister. He doesn't even know. He said it's hard to see a strategy. Local authorities are bidding against each other, but regional working requires collaboration. Wales has less say over less money. But I suppose you knew what you were voting for, eh? I don't like to say I told you so, but I told you so, I told you so, I told you so. Vince texts, worst Olympic sport, horse bouncing. He says if you've got enough money to buy an elastic type of horse, you are guaranteed a gold medal. It's a rich idiot sport. It is a rich idiot sport. It's the silliest thing I've ever seen. If I were a magnificent horse and I were forced to mince around looking like that, looking like something that comes as an extra with a Barbie doll, I'd be upset. I mean, what's the point of it? It's just ridiculous. Ian texts, I mean, they might as well just throw money into the ring and see who's got the biggest pile. Ian texts, you're wrong. What? Latin is useful, he says, but only if you want to be a botanist. Oh, that's right. Yeah, they don't half insist on giving silly Latin names to plants. Why can't you just call it purple round thing? Then everybody will know what you're talking about. Sean texts, if skateboarding can make the Olympics, I look forward to the upcoming 100-metre dash for people with no sense of direction. Monty Python style. I heard that our rowers don't have any sense of direction, but that's something else entirely. That's because they've all become woke. Daily Mail trying to make a culture war out of the rowers not getting any medals. I think we only picked rowing, didn't we? Because rowing and cycling, I think that's what we picked because there's so many medals on offer. You know, they got 2 people in a boat, and 4 people in a boat, and 8 people in a boat, and they got 8 people in a boat, and a little person, not leprechaun, but one of the little people up at the front of the boat, or is it the back? I don't know. They stick them in there, and they shout at them. And so, there's the 2 people and the 4 people and the 8 people, and then there's the ones with the little people, so that's like 4, and then there's the same thing for women, so that's 8, and I have no idea. It just goes on and on. But I think that's why we picked cycling and rowing, not because people were desperately interested in cycling and rowing, it's because it gave us more opportunity to win more medals. And I expect that they thought that it was easier to do that rather than, running in a straight line for 100 metres. Have they done the running in a straight line for 100 metres yet? Because that's when the athletics start. I think the first week is indoor sports, isn't it? And then the outdoor sports. That's... indoors is air-conditioned. Just wait till they get outdoors. They're going to be flaking out. It's about 110 degrees over there. You could cook up pizza in that heat. Lisa emails, I hate to disagree with you, I don't normally, but my dad got me a bottle of wine a few months ago and it was surprisingly very pleasant. It was, yes, an Australian wine, and yes, I would buy it again. Well, I never said anything about Australian wine. I mean, Australian wine is just like every other kind of wine. Often is a bit too strong for me. I think the hotter the climate, the stronger it gets. I've seen red wine that's 15%. I mean, that must be like drinking cough mixture. That's ridiculous. Why does anybody need wine that strong? I mean, that's almost like some spirits are around 15%. That's ridiculous. A couple of pints of that and you flatten your back. Yeah, Australian wine's all right. I mean, it's okay. It's just like any other kind of wine. Is it on sale? If so, buy it. If it isn't, wait till it is. It's bound to be on sale next week, if it's not on sale this week. People going on about, there's going to have this trade deal with Australia. Oh, it's going to be so tremendous. You'll save a penny a year each. It's something like that. No, it's not a penny a year. It's a penny a week. I misspoke. A penny a week is what we're going to save. Don't spend it all in the same place. And there'll be much more varieties to choose from. Like all of those varieties that we don't get of wine at the moment, like, all those varieties that people are desperate for that aren't in the shops at the moment, like, I've got no idea. They're just making this stuff up, desperate for some good news. Will Tex, I had the discussion about horse mincing in 2012. Not again, please. Dressage is a combat sport. Mounted cavalry required their steeds to move extremely accurately when manoeuvring closely together. Nuff said. Rubbish. It's mincing. It's got nothing to do with being in the army. Stella texts. Stella! I saw some photos online of Boris Johnson sitting next to Prince Charles at a memorial. His umbrella is turning upside down in the wind, and it's hilarious, especially the look on Prince Charles' face and the policeman's face behind Boris. Oh, for crying out loud, Stella, keep up. That's ancient history, that is. And it's not hilarious. It's supposed to be a police memorial for police persons who have died. And Bodger's turning it into a clown act because everything's always got to be about him. It was hilarious. Are you in want of entertainment, Stella? There's the world's greatest event on at the moment, like right now. Human beings are disporting themselves in the most alarming and amazing ways that has ever been recorded. They are pushing the human form to its absolute limits. and you're obsessed about some podgy bloke doing a comedy act with an umbrella in the least appropriate place. I don't mean this to sound disrespectful, Stella, but you're an idiot. I mean that with love and affection. Max says, "Hi, Nick, bring back chariot racing in the Olympics." Oh, that's a good idea. We can bring it to a youth centre near you and give the kids something to do. That's a bad idea. No, I'm with you on chariot racing. God, that would be tremendous, wouldn't it? That BMX thing is a bit like that. Like six or half a dozen, one of the two, all set off at the same time. And they go around this track and they go up and down and up and down and up and down and round and round and round. And they all end up in a pile of twisted metal and broken bones. It's great. Like I said, it's just like the thing that they got in the Winter Olympics, which is called Snowboard Cross. Best event ever. I'll repeat myself. It's a bunch of kids on ironing boards falling down a mountain fighting. Brilliant. But chariot racing, that takes it to another level entirely. Yes, absolutely. Last person standing wins. I approve. I'd pay that £6.90 or whatever it is to Eurosport to secure my recording of that. Tilly texts, "I want to meet the person who decided to put dancing horses in the Olympics. Meet them and correct them." Exactly. Let's have Islington, Adrienne.
Hi, Nick. I listen to your show all the time.
Thanks, Adrienne.
And I would like to say, I don't know, I thank you because you brought to my attention about these dealings in the government with all the COVID contracts to their friends. And I've done hours and hours of research.
Oh, yes.
And now I'm joining Islington to fight the privatization because they've taken over so many clinics here and the people don't know. And the thing, I just wanted to say one thing.
Yes.
Is this company's called Centene.
Okay, well, we don't really want to start picking fights with international corporations. But anyway, Adrienne, you keep researching and let me know what you find out, all right? They're taking over the NHS. No! Is this government. Selling it off bit by bit. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if they sold off the police. Oh, it's in the best interests of the country. Yeah. Everything has been dealt with in an above-board manner. All rules and protocols have been followed. Nothing to see here. Please move along, or our private police force will arrest you. Julia says, "This week I met a woman in the street with a cockapoo." Well, that's just rude, Julia. Oh, it's a dog. "This week I met a woman in the street with a cockapoo puppy. She told me the dog's name was Boris. When I looked surprised that she had named her dog Boris, she said, 'Well, look at his hair. Does it remind you of anyone?' I am shocked they are naming lockdown dogs after him. What's going to happen to the insecure cockapoo called Boris when the owners no longer work from home?" Well, at the very least, it should receive the same fate as the actual Boris should have received, and it should get neutered straight away. For the sake of any other dog that's around it. They were going to neuter the number 10 dog. I think there's something in number 10 needs to get neutered. Stephen texts, "Where's Chris Grayling when you need him?" Oh, he's failing at the moment, to Stephen. He's a little bit busy failing. Tyneham Weir. Hello, Alan.
Oh, hello.
Alan.
Hi. I'm ringing with your past the subject now, but just returning to your observations on European structural funding. I wanted to sort of just put a little bit of a spanner in the works, really. This isn't... I used to work in the structural funds, and this isn't some sort of largesse that comes from Europe.
You used to work in the structural funds?
Yes, I was a technical advisor in the European structural funds. And the money that funds the structural funds comes from contributions from member states, obviously. That's the only place where the money comes from.
Yeah.
And it's redistributed according to the, if you like, the
poverty of the area, according to need
of the individual countries.
Yeah.
Which results in the fact that our contribution vastly exceeds the money we get back. It was the most inefficient way of, if we remained in Europe, it would be the most inefficient way of funding structural change.
Well, it very much depends, Alan, on whether the government of the day is prepared to give as much or more money than the European Union decided to give individual areas.
Well, it's not a case of the European deciding. It's a case of what the government determines it can allocate outside its own agenda. But apart from that, the problem is that it is a very expensive way of funding structural change.
You keep saying that, but it doesn't really make any difference if the area is not going to get any money from central government that they would have got from the EU.
Yes, but we have to recognise this is a very new program or set of programs that is. I haven't researched them. I don't know how far they're getting along with it. There is some progress, I understand, being made on certain community funds, but we are barely into the development of our new profile, if you like. And
I guess the time will tell. Now, would you, if you had to bet your house on this Conservative government giving as much money to Wales, for instance, or the poor people of the north, as they used to get from the European Union, or spending that money on consultants and themselves, which way would you bet?
Well, first of all, there was a huge amount of money wasted in the administration of the European funds. But to answer your point directly, I think the jury's out. Possibly not. It depends whether this is a Tory government that lives up to its promises or not.
You're funny, Alan. Is this a Tory government that lives up to its promises? Okay, well, it's been in for quite a good while now. So what do you think? Yes or no?
I say the jury's out on that one.
No, it's not. It's not. You have to choose right now. Yes or no?
I couldn't choose. I really couldn't.
Well, I'll choose for you. It's a no. And furthermore...
No.
You can't believe a word they say. If they say it's sunny outside, pack an umbrella. But I appreciate the insight. Thanks a lot, Alan. 0345 6060 973. Albert texts, just wait for the 2024 Paris Olympics. New sports, in inverted commas, will include surfing and breakdancing. No, they won't. I mean, surfing, I sort of get it. I mean, if you translate it to winter sports, it's a bit like moguls. You know, if you were on a snowboard, you go do... Do they do moguls on boards? I don't think they do. It's like skis. But, it's kind of like that. I mean, no wave is the same, so you got to pick your own wave, and I sort of get that. But breakdancing, no. I mean, they'll be doing ballroom dancing next. They'll be doing singing next. No, these are not Olympic sports. I mean, that sort of kung fu thing that they do is barely a sport. It's more like dancing. I'm with Brad Pitt from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Looks like dancing to me. Anybody seen Once Upon a Time in Hollywood? It is... The first time I saw it, I thought, this was like, what do you make that for? That was nothing, I thought. In fact, I was a little bit irritated that I sat there for about 2.5 hours watching it. It didn't seem to go anywhere. What was the point of making that, I thought? And then I saw somebody in raptures about it, and I thought, well, maybe I better watch it again. Because, I'm a big fan of Quentin Tarantino. Pulp Fiction. One of the best films ever made. Jackie Brown, pretty much everything he's ever made has been great, apart from Once Upon a Time in America, I thought, on first watch. And so I forced myself to watch it again. And the news is, it is great. As soon as it was over, I thought, I want to watch that again. it's weird. Sometimes you see something and you think that was rubbish, and it just happens to be the mood that you're in. It has nothing to do with the film itself. Not rubbish, great. Graham texts, regarding the Olympics, curling has to be the most pointless, in inverted commas, sport. Meanwhile, an advisor, the PMs and Boris, can drive to check their eyes, snog an aid or have a happy time to add another sprog while we are meant to be isolated. What's the point? I might take up curling. That's a very complicated thought you just laid out for us there, Graham. Leave that with me. Matthew says, Latin is only useful for posh people to insult each other. And Declan says, I think the Olympics are discrimination against the elderly. So, well, that's a good point. Yeah. It is discriminatory towards people who are old and fat. Somebody should be taking them to court, really. How about that for discrimination? We only allow young, fit people? They should be against the law. John in Brighton. John.
Hi there, Nick. Yeah.
Hello, John. How you doing?
Hello, Nick. That caller who said the jury's out, that was very funny.
Yeah, the jury is out. Yeah, only 12 years do they have under their belts. Yeah, we're still undecided, sure.
Yeah. I wanted to check with you because you're an expert and you know everything.
I do.
Are we going to need COVID passports? Because I keep hearing different things every day. Right. Another story comes out about this, that, and the other. Students might have needed them. Now they don't need them, and then now we get hearing, oh, you might need it for work, and it's up to the employers, etc.
Well, apparently the government has signed a 12-month contract with a company to provide COVID passport technology. So, just going on that, I'd assume that the answer is yes.
To do what? To do everything?
Well, to provide COVID passport. Oh, you mean you'll need a vaccine passport to do anything? Yeah.
Yeah. What sort of things are you going to need it for? It's just like
John, you'll probably need it to sit in the shade underneath Brighton Pier.
Yeah, probably anything people want to make up.
Because from my experience the other day under Brighton Pier, there's a lot of reprobates under there, right enough. If Priti Patel ever finds out about those people underneath Brighton Pier, she's going to have a fit.
Yeah, well, that's Brighton for you.
It is, that's right. Yeah. It's interesting, that's absolutely true. All right, thanks a lot, John. Yes is probably the answer to that. Bodger Johnson has announced that certificates proving double vaccinations will be needed to enter nightclubs and potentially other venues and universities from the end of September. They're unsure about universities. Sometimes they say yes, sometimes they say no. Nightclubs, though, yeah, absolutely. And I think that they're picking on nightclubs because, you guess. Tory MPs, on the other hand, are prepared to vote against the government's, quotes, misguided vaccine passport plan. They say they're horrified by the possible curbs on individual freedoms. Really? Conservatives are prepared to rebel against what they call the completely unnecessary, bureaucratic and unworkable proposals, with as many as 50 MPs threatening to vote against the government if they go to a vote. Huh. Despite the huge scale of the revolt, there are signs it will be pointless because Labour has indicated that it's unlikely to oppose the proposals if they include a provision for tests to be used as well as a vaccine status. Oh, my God. It comes after the government was accused of introducing passports by stealth after the NHS app was updated with domestic and travel options for Britons to prove their vaccination status. Like I said, the government has signed a 12-month contract with the company to provide COVID passport technology. The contract with Entrust raises concerns about how long Britons will be forced to have the pass on their phones. And I don't know anything about Entrust. I mean, they're probably legal, decent, honest and true. But what does it say about the regime running this country that my first thought, and I bet yours too, was, whose friend in government runs Entrust? Is it Dominic Raab? Maybe did Dido Harding's sister's dog walker run it? It's not Matt Hans Hancock's assistant's husband, is it? I'm not saying any of that's true, but that was immediately what I thought, and I know I'm not alone. You know, this country has, in the space of about 2 years, gone from an ordered nation which recognises the truth when it sees it and is reluctant to advertise its corruption, to one where corruption is the norm. And it looks weird when a government contract goes to a firm that isn't a mate of or a donor to the ruling party. It's just amazing what's happened. I mean, I think that's what a reasonable person would think. Isn't that right, Bodge?
I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
A reasonable person. Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab said it was a smart policy for companies to insist that employees are double jabbed before they return to offices. That's Dominic Raab talking about being smart. The man who didn't realise that Dover to Calais was an important shipping route. And thinks that Réunion, an island 6,000 miles from France, is part of the mainland. That's the genius level we're talking about here. One senior Tory MP said there's almost universal objection in the party to the plans, with South Thanet MP Greg McKinley branding the passports a massive change to the relationship between the state and the individual that would be a very dangerous step. And various members of the 1922 Committee of Backbench Tory MPs said, "Puh!" Yeah. And to that, I think, I can't help myself from thinking, well, why are they objecting to that then? That's a bit unlike them. What's in it for them, I think? It's terrible that that's where we are at the moment, that is my immediate thought, that there's some underhand shenanigans going on to their every move, even when, perhaps, potentially, they are trying to help us. My initial thought is, well, what's in it for them then? Like when the Tory backbench MPs were chafing against the reduction in foreign aid. I mean, were you, like me, a little bit surprised to hear all that? Oh, goodness me, no. We want to continue helping people, in other countries, poorer people in other countries. And my thought was, oh, yeah, what's in it for you then? And I'm appalled that was my initial thought, but it is. I can't help it. You see what you've done to me, Bodge? Declan says... Oh, no, I read that. The Olympics is discriminatory against fat people. That is true, yes. Somebody should be taking them to court. Kieran tweets, how about cheese rolling as a sport in the Olympics? Well, now we're talking. One of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. People chasing a cheese down a almost vertiginously steep hill. Very, very funny and completely insane. Yeah, why not? Stick it in the Olympics. Why not? Cheese. Let's have a call in Nottingham. Hello, Helen.
Hi, Nick. Hope you're well.
Yes, thanks.
Good. So I was scrolling this evening through some of the LBC headlines, and the one that got to me was the no jab, no job policy headline. And it's really interesting. So somebody who is pro-vaccine vaccinates people, and it's open to kind of worms. So if you join a healthcare service or the NHS, it is, before you join, you have your hepatitis B, your MMR vaccines, that you have them. That is a prerequisite of you being able to do that. Yeah. And then you go into service. Now, the flu jab, for example, is not mandatory. It's take it or leave it. There is some pressure on, please do. We'd really like you to, but, it's what it is. So to kind of, and this is the first time I've ever been a little bit cross wires with myself, politically and health policy-wise, is I'm struggling to understand how that works in practice as to you saying, have the jab, or have no job. Because the repercussions of that are going to be huge. And if it is enforced into healthcare, which is already immensely struggling with staff, with recruitment, with retention, that's going to be catastrophic. But I kind of read the headline on LBC today and I thought, well, I understand from somebody with my viewpoint why that is, but I also understand that there's people out there that are still frightened. They don't maybe want it for other various reasons. What does that mean? How is that going to impact us as a country if we do go down the no jab, no job policy? And I don't know.
I mean, I think the worst of the regime at the moment. I think whatever is the worst of all available options, that's the one that they will pick. And I would not be remotely surprised if we did not go down the China route, where people had their ID on their phone, which has all of their medical details and all of their the details about their behaviour. And if you are misbehaving, if you are not, abiding by the rules as they change on a daily basis, then you'll have marks against your name. And you have too many marks and you don't get to go on the train anymore. And you don't get to leave the country anymore. And you don't get to have a job anymore. And you don't get to go to the cinema anymore. And you become a second-class citizen. I think that's where we're going. First and second-class citizen status.
As a British citizen, Nick, how do you feel about that, if that's the way we went? How do you feel about that?
I would be against that I have just outlined.
Absolutely. Yeah. I know. And I would, but I'm also pro-vaccine, and this is what I think makes it really difficult. Because, you know that old thing my father used to say to me about carrot and stick? That was the phrase he used to use. Well, carrots will work to an extent, but you start putting the stick on and it becomes a different way. And we don't want to end up like the countries you just outlined with their policies and their regimes. We will lose a workforce if we say no jab, no job.
I think one of the major problems is that this government have shown themselves not to be trustworthy, but by their every move, every day in every way, we learn more and more about how untrustworthy they are. And the problem that they have now is they're saying, trust us.
No, and I agree, and they are the least trustworthy governments and cabinets in my lifetime.
Yeah, I can't remember anything worse than what we've got at the moment.
But I would question this. If we had, and if my husband was listening to this, as a very left-wing supporter, he would come and probably strangle me. No, he wouldn't strangle me. Don't call social care. But he would have his opinion right now. My question is, if there was another cabinet or government put in this situation,
would they have done any better? Please don't say that. Please don't say would they have done any better.
They obviously would have done better, but what would it have been to encourage people? Because as a healthcare professional, I'm at a loss as to how we encourage people. I don't know the answers, but I don't think that jab or job is... I just think it's threatening and it's not nice and it's very indicative of our cabinet, isn't it?
It seems to me like lawyers will, just at the very idea, be rubbing their hands together with glee, because that's the sort of thing that will run and run. I mean, if you're going to be restricted from being employed, if you don't get something like a medical intervention that you don't want, that just seems like legal nirvana to me. That'll be tons of money, that will. Here is an educational text from a bloke called Mark. He says, I'll go to the foot of our stairs. In old slum houses in Manchester and probably other places, it was common for there to be an entrance to a small cellar at the bottom of the stairs. This was normally a dark and dank place, sometimes used for storing coal. It also sometimes was used as a sin bin for naughty children. But I don't understand, it still doesn't explain the derivation of that phrase. Why do people say, well, I'll go to the foot of our stairs to indicate surprise? So it was a little bit educational, but not really giving us the answer that was required, Mark. So you get an F. Whiteleaf. Philip.
Good evening, Nick.
Good evening, Philip.
I'd like you to explain to me how the EU gives countries money. Where do they get this money from? Because they have no money of their own. They have our money, France's money, Germany's money.
Yeah. It's the same as any governing body. It's tax, isn't it? That's where it comes from.
No, it's not the same.
Well, it is.
It absolutely is not the same.
Well, where do you think the money comes from? It's not tax.
It comes from us. It came from us. It came from Germany.
Yeah, but where does the money come from?
It comes from us.
Tax?
Yes.
Right.
Why should we give Poland 16 billion euros a year to rebuild their country for what Germany did? Why? Specifically because Poland then becomes a greater purchaser of our goods and services, beneficial to us. Obviously, you don't go to Poland, mate, so you don't understand what the Polish people are like.
What does that mean?
Well, I'm married to a Polish woman. I know what the Polish are like because I've been.
Are they not like everybody else? I mean, they just want they want a family and they want happiness and they want warmth and food.
They probably do, mate. They probably do. But the problem they have is they joined the European Union and all that's happened for them is prices have gone up.
Well, no. Poland has actually increased its wealth, its earnings per head of population massively in the last decade or so.
16 billion euros a year.
No, that's not true. The money that they.
It's an absolute fact, mate.
But it's not. But it's not a fact. Just because you said it out loud, Philip, does not make it a fact.
It is a fact. You
but
could
it
go online
isn't.
and check it, mate. 16 billion euros a year.
That 16 billion euros is nothing. It's a drop in the bucket. What are you talking about? 16 billion euros. You think that's going to transform the finances of an entire country? 16 billion pounds. We just spent 37 billion pounds on a test and trace app that doesn't work.
Yeah, I don't deny it, mate. I don't deny it. But if someone says to you, "Come and join our club, and we'll give you shed loads of money," what are you going to do?
So, Philip, if somebody said, join our club, it will cost you £100 and we'll give you £1,000.
You're going to join.
Exactly. And that's what our deal was with the European Union.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No, mate, no.
Yes, Philip, it was. For every £100 we gave, we got £1,000 in benefits back.
Mate, you're deluded. Listen, when we joined in 73... which we didn't vote. Nobody voted on. Nobody had a vote on joining the EU. It was Ted Heath and the Royal Prerogative. He joined. And then Labour gave us a vote. And it was the same question then, stay or leave. The same question. Right? And what,
Philip, do you really think that the general public should be in charge of deciding complicated issues like this?
Oh, mate. What's your name? Chowman? Oh, for God's sake, mate. You must be part of the bloody People's Republic of China, mate. Don't ask the public, for Christ's sake, because they're idiots.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that you've proved my point for me.
Oh, mate. Listen, mate.
That's about must be the 20th mate you've called me. I mean, do you really think that your performance so far on this show indicates that people like you should be given major decisions, should be gifted the decision about which direction this country goes in?
Oh, God help us, mate. God help us.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
God help us.
Because nobody else will at this point.
Darren, Nick, tell me something, mate. If you think the European Union is so fantastic...
Whoever said that?
Why are you still here?
Why am I still here?
Why haven't you said to the UK, you're a waste of time, let's go and live in France or Germany.
Because, Philip, you do not speak for the majority. That's why.
No,
I actually want what's best for this country. You, and people like you, on the other hand, only want what you have been persuaded is best for you personally.
God help us, mate. God help us.
You keep saying that. God's not remotely interested.
No, he's not. No. It's an expression, mate. It's an expression. I'll give you that, right? But if you think the European Union is so good, why are you still here?
I refer you to the answer I gave some moments ago. I actually care about the future of this country. People like you don't. You are only interested in what you think is best for you.
No, I just don't get. I don't get this.
Because I disagree with you. Because I disagree with your half-formed thought that I must leave the country. Is that your position?
No, I don't want you to. I just don't understand why you think this country is so bad and that European Union is so good. You need to go and live there. But why?
Philip, again, you're making up an argument in order to argue against it. I never said the European Union was so great and this country is so bad. That's you. You're saying that, not me.
Well, I'm sorry, mate, but that isn't what I get from you.
I'll send you some Q-tips in the post because you have waxy build-up. You're not listening to me.
Absolutely. Is this country so bad that we need...
Are you still repeating the same thing again and again?
Is this country so
bad? Yeah, I know. If the European Union is so great, why am I still here? Yeah, I heard it like the first time. And it didn't make any sense then, or the second, or the third, or the fourth, or the fifth time. You seem to be stuck in a rut, Philip. You're stuck in a rut that you can't think yourself out of. Go ahead, repeat it again.
Nick, we need a bunch of unelected bureaucrats to run this country because we are so bad we can't do it for ourselves.
We do have a bunch of unelected bureaucrats running this country. Who elected Lord Frost, the man who...
I didn't, mate.
Exactly. Bingo.
But I don't want to give the European Union shed loads of money and tell me what to do.
Telling you what to do? In what manner did they tell you what to do?
It's just how we run this country.
Yeah, but in what manner did the European Union tell you what to do?
Let's go back to the start of it, mate. Yeah?
No, just answer the question. Just do me this one favour. Answer this question.
Go on.
In what way did the European Union tell you what to do?
Policy.
In what way did the European Union tell you what to do? Intervention. What does that mean?
Well,
just concentrate. Your time on this show is coming to an end, Philip. I want you to concentrate hard. Answer this question. In what way did the European Union tell you what to do?
They introduced intervention to maintain the price of agricultural products.
Right, so you've got no idea. It's just one of those catchphrases that you just threw out that you thought, well, I'll just... you think you throw it out and then that's the end of the argument. No, I'm asking you a direct question. I mean, you can't answer it because you're not actually full of anything except catchphrases. Here's a good idea. Stop listening to this bloke.
I'm a nutcase.
Because it's not doing you any favours. Painful. That's who we're following. This country is following that guy. We had a choice and we thought, no, let's... he sounds like he knows what he's talking about. Let's follow him. 0345 6060 973. Victoria says, I was listening away until you turned Alexa off. It did occur to me at the time when I said that, a lot of people will be listening on their device, and I just turned it all off. Yeah, sorry about that, Victoria. Richie says, why don't you have any cat noises? Well, I've got 4 animal noises. No, 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's plenty enough. Don't have any room for any cat noises. Plus, they're not funny. Like dogs are funny. Cows are uniquely amusing. Kind of surreal, really. But cats, not so much. Emma says, I searched the World Wide Wait and this came up. Well, I'll go to the foot of our stairs. An old North England expression of surprise or amazement, meaning, presumably, that the short walk to the place mentioned would allow the speaker to recover equanimity. Or perhaps it meant it was time to give up and go to bed. Yeah, that's what I was thinking during the course of that last conversation with the knuckle dragger that I was just speaking to. I think it's about time to give up and go to bed. Chi-Chi says, Nick, I'm 74 years old. I always vote Labour and voted Remain. Please stop painting me with the same brush as all the other old dodderers who worship the bodge. It is older people. It is. It's retirees who gave us Brexit, and it's retirees who gave us Bodger Johnson. Yeah, we appreciate it, retirees.
Thank you.
Yeah, please don't bother us again. You see what you've done? Cat text, do they want to teach Latin to poor kids because they don't understand the names of these new variants? Why don't they teach kids the Greek alphabet instead? Well, we'll all know the Greek alphabet pretty soon. Jamie says, no, it's not just retirees. The young did not vote in any numbers, so their inertia also aided Brexit. There's some truth in that. Some truth in that. Yeah, if the kids were united, they will never be divided.
Rock and roll!
If only you just went out and voted, then politicians would attend to your interests more. The reason they tend to pass policies that benefit the old is because the old vote. Sally says, you might say this next baby is yet another Johnson variant. Yeah. How about, who's been waiting the longest? Let's see. Alice Springs. Martin.
Morning, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Well, I'm actually in Fink.
In where?
Which is a long way from Alice Springs. Fink.
Fink?
Fink with an F. F-I-N-K-E.
F-I-N-K-E? There's no such place.
There is. It's an Aboriginal community.
Is it? Well, it sounds. Well, you tell me. What's it like? I'm going to look it up.
Well, it's actually picture the map of Australia.
Yeah.
Fink is about 12 miles from the geographical centre of Australia. So that's our claim to fame. And there's even a monument there.
What kind of monument?
Showing you. There's a little flagpole, and it's called the Lambert Centre.
All I'm getting is a swimmer called Fink, who's just won something in the Olympics.
Look up the Fink races.
Fink races.
That'll come up then. Yeah.
So why are you there then? It sounds like in the middle of nowhere.
I'm at the clinic, the health clinic.
Right, but
me and a nurse.
Yeah, but there's other health clinics in the world. Why are you in the middle of Australia where there isn't anything?
There's well, I live in Tasmania usually, and it's freezing down there. It's a bit like Britain, freezing cold.
Oh, right.
Snowing. So I come up here.
Blimey, right.
So in Tasmania.
What's the weather like there at the moment then, Martin?
Oh, Nick, what can I tell you? I'm looking out now. It's blue skies every day and about 28 degrees.
Okay, well,
degrees.
We don't wish to know that.
And I just had a really trippy experience.
Wow, trippy, eh? Yeah.
I've been in and out. We got a call out last night, so I laid in bed. I got up, made a cup of tea, went back to bed and put your show on, and then you got involved in my dreams.
I got involved in your dreams. It weren't me, mister. I ain't done nothing.
I was in the shop and the radio was on, and you were on the radio in the shop, and that guy said about Boris Johnson procreating, and you nearly choked on your coffee.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
And I woke up laughing.
The Fink Desert Race, or the Tats Fink Desert Race, is an off-road multi-terrain 2-day race for motorbikes, cars and buggers and quad bikes through desert country from Alice Springs to the small and remote community of...
Fink.
No. Aputula.
Aputula, yeah, that's... But it's the Fink River is the river that goes... past Fink.
Right. Well,
it's the Fink River race.
Yeah, that seems like an unlikely story. But
you, what sort of Google have you got there? I mean, I can get the details on my Google.
Are you kidding me? I have the best Google. Nobody has a better Google than me, believe me.
The what do you call it? The Google Maps. It's on there. There's a photo of it. 280 houses in splendid isolation.
Yeah, I don't
who
know
don't want to get the.
Why would anybody go?
Who
and
don't
live
want to
there?
get the vaccine?
Why would anybody want to go and live there?
It's the community. It's Aboriginal. They've always lived here.
Right.
So if they didn't go there,
and they so they lived there, and you went there for the weather.
Yeah, but they need healthcare, and I'm only a second responder, Nick. I'm nothing special.
Right. Well, don't do yourself down. You're at least you're responding. Thanks a lot, Martin. I have no idea where that was going or where we went when we were going there. And texts. Nick, old people like me in their 60s and 70s lived through the civil rights movement in the US, Vietnam, the peace movement and apartheid. What happened to them since to vote for Johnson? How could it be that they have forgotten their youth? Outrageous, says Anne. In the meantime, young people think that older folk have no experience of historic passion for injustice and the poor judgment of so-called leaders. As a woman in my late 60s, sometimes I feel as if I am the only one of my age group with a memory, says Anne. And this says, Andy says, "Hi Nick, what kind of a world are we leaving behind for Keith Richards?" That's right. Remember the real victim in this.
Rock and roll!
Keith Richards has got to live in this world for the next 1,000 years. Battersea. Hello, Patrick.
How you going, Nick?
Oh, I'm all right, mate. Thanks.
I despair, Nick. These Brexiteers, these hardcore Brexiteers, not a single one of them, including Rees-Mogg, including Johnson, and including Farage, can tell you one single benefit, not one, of Brexit.
It's also vague. It's also, we get to make our own rules.
That's not a benefit. That's not actually a benefit because we've not come up with a better rule yet.
We just transplanted all of the rules that we were operating under because, and when they start to say we're going to get rid of red tape, well, that should be a warning sign. Warning! When they say we'll get rid of red tape, what they mean is they'll get rid of protections to the consumer from being poisoned or ripped off.
Or
specifically the ripped off
on a
part.
Chair and exploding,
Yeah, particularly the ripped off part, because the banking racket, what they really desperately want, and I suspect that the reason for Brexit in its entirety, is that the banking racket want the freedom to do what they did to us to precipitate the financial crash of 2007, to sell us products that they knew were bad while telling us that they were good and betting that they would fail. That's the reason that the financial crash happened in 2007, is because banks were ripping off their customers. It's like if I sold you a boat, I drilled a hole in the hull and I told you that this is a great boat. You're going to have years of fun with this boat. And then I bet that the boat would sink. That's pretty much exactly what they did. And they want the ability... And they want the ability to do that again. That's where we're going.
That said, let's stop bashing the banks.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Remember?
That's where they get their money. Banks, hedge funds,
it was the libraries
and property
the
developers,
the little police stations, and all, and the facilities at schools that caused the crash. You know what I mean? So we should cut them.
That's right. Libraries. It's libraries that are at fault. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the banks are right back where they were and better, and we still can't get so many libraries open, swimming pools open, community centres open, police stations reopened, and all sorts of other stuff.
It's a little bit depressing. At this point, I do feel a bit sad for people like that, because you feel that that their lives aren't great. And they've been flailing around trying to find somebody to blame for it. And the obvious place to point the finger of blame is to foreigners, people who don't look, talk, walk and squawk exactly like you do. And that's why, Nigel Farage is out spotting dinghies, and why Priti Patel gets her uniform on and pushes them back out to sea, because that's what the fans want. And these people, they are in expectation of their life getting better, and it hasn't happened yet. And so I think that they're just going to get angrier and angrier, but not at their own decision, because that would be too much loss of face. And they're not going to get angrier at the person they voted for, Boris Johnson, because that would be too much loss of hope. It's the hope part that keeps them going. It's the hope part that means they can't abandon Johnson, because that would mean that they admit that he had lied to them about the benefits, that they'd been had. And so they start flailing their arms around ever more angrily, throwing out things like, just nonsense things like, oh, well, at least we're able to make our own rules. As though any rule that a Conservative Party would make would benefit that guy. Yeah, they've got him in mind when they make rules and regulations. And that people have got to that point in their lives that they pin their hopes on this guy.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
That they're pinning their hopes on him coming through for them. I just think it's sad. I can't think of another word to describe it. It's a very unfortunate position that we've got to. But, they keep voting for him, so I suppose they knew what they were voting for.